Story 1. The transition from the bustling noise of the city to the tranquil silence of my new apartment on the outskirts was a welcome change. For years, I had craved peace, a place where my thoughts wouldn't be drowned out by the relentless urban din. The apartment, nestled among towering pines, promised just that, a haven of serenity. However, this tranquility soon morphed into the setting of an unnerving mystery that would disrupt my newfound peace. The first few weeks were idyllic. I reveled in the absence of city sounds, the only interruptions being the occasional chirping of birds or the rustling of leaves. That was until the silent phone calls began. It started one night, or more accurately, early morning. At 3:07 a.m., a time when the world seemed to hold its breath, my phone lit up, piercing the darkness of my bedroom. An unknown number flashed on the screen. Groggy and confused, I answered, only to be greeted by an eerie silence. Thinking it a prank or perhaps a wrong number, I dismissed it, allowing sleep to reclaim me. But the calls persisted. Every night, precisely at 3:07 a.m., the same unknown number would call. Each time I was met with the same unsettling silence. It was a silence that felt heavy, almost suffocating, as if the caller on the other end was communicating through the void, a message I couldn't decipher but felt deep within my bones. The consistency of the calls, their unwavering schedule, began to gnaw at me. It was as if the caller knew I would answer, that they had woven themselves into the fabric of my nightly routine. The silence was no longer a blessing, it had become a canvas for my fears. The anticipation of the calls seeped into my daily life, transforming my sanctuary into a prison. I became hyper-aware of sounds, or the lack thereof, jumping at the slightest noise. The fear wasn't rooted in the belief of something supernatural at play. No, it was the relentless uncertainty, the invasion of my personal space, that instilled a sense of horror I couldn't shake. Driven by a need to end this cycle, I began to investigate. I contacted my service provider, inquiring about the unknown number, only to be told that it couldn't be traced. They suggested changing my number, a solution that felt like admitting defeat. I wasn't ready to let this faceless tormentor win, so I turned to the internet, searching for anyone who might have experienced something similar. My queries led me down a rabbit hole of theories and speculations, from stalkers to spectral callers from beyond the grave. None of it brought me any closer to an answer. Despite my efforts to ignore the calls, to break the pattern, I found myself drawn to them. There was something compelling about the silence, a mystery wrapped in the unknown. It became a ritual. I would lie awake, watching the clock tick closer to 3:07 a.m., the anticipation a mixture of dread and an inexplicable need to understand why. Why me? Why this relentless silence? My search for answers took me to a local historian, someone familiar with the stories and legends of the area. Over coffee, I shared my experience, expecting skepticism or disbelief. Instead, I found a listener, someone who nodded along as if the pieces of a puzzle were falling into place. The historian spoke of a tale long forgotten, about a house that once stood on the land my apartment complex now occupied. It was a tragic story of love lost, of a young woman who would wait by her phone each night for a call from her lover, a call that never came. Her spirit, they said, was still waiting, reaching out to anyone who would listen. I left our meeting skeptical but intrigued. Could the silent calls be a manifestation of this tale? Was I like the woman in the story, caught in a loop of waiting, of longing for an answer that would never come? The rational part of my brain rejected the notion, but the part of me that had been touched by the silence, by the unspoken words on the other end of the line, couldn't dismiss it outright. I decided to confront the silence head-on. That night, as the clock marked 3:07 a.m. and my phone lit up once again, I answered not with apprehension but with an open heart. "I'm listening," I whispered into the phone, a silent plea to the unknown caller. The silence stretched on, but it felt different this time, less oppressive, almost peaceful. And then, as suddenly as they had begun, the calls stopped. The silence of my apartment returned to being a sanctuary, but it was a changed silence, one imbued with a sense of connection to the unknown, to the stories and lives that had unfolded on this land before my time. I could never fully explain the silent calls, whether they were the work of a prankster, a glitch, or something more ethereal. But in confronting them, in opening myself to the possibility of the unexplained, I found a deeper appreciation for the silence, for the stories it held, and for the peace it could offer once again. Story 2. The night was pitch black, the kind where the darkness seems to swallow everything, even the scant light from the sparse street lamps. It was just another late shift at the office, the kind that stretched well into the early hours, leaving me the last to lock up and head home. The roads at this hour were typically deserted, a stark contrast to the daytime hustle, offering a quiet solitude that I usually appreciated. However, this night felt different. The air was heavy, almost foreboding, as if the night itself was holding its breath. As I merged onto the main road, the comforting emptiness of the streets was accompanied by a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, a feeling I tried to dismiss as fatigue. It wasn't long before I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. At first it was comforting, a sign of life in the otherwise desolate night. But comfort quickly turned to concern when I realized the car behind me mirrored every turn I took, its presence a constant shadow trailing my every move. The seeds of paranoia began to sprout, watered by the horror stories and warnings that populate our collective consciousness. Tales of road rage incidents, of stalkers cloaked in the anonymity of night, flooded my thoughts. I decided to test my follower, to confirm if my fears were grounded in reality or if fatigue was playing tricks on my mind. Taking random turns, even circling a block, my heart sank as the car behind me adhered to my every move, an ominous dance partner in a macabre ballet. Panic set in, a visceral, clawing thing that gnawed at my reason. In a desperate attempt to lose my pursuer, I pushed the accelerator, the engine roaring in response. The streets became a blur as I sped through them, every turn a calculated risk, every straight a desperate sprint. My heart was a frenzied drumbeat, echoing the terror that coursed through me. The car behind kept pace, a relentless predator in the hunt. But as suddenly as it had appeared, the car vanished. One moment it was a looming presence in my rearview mirror, and the next gone, as if swallowed by the night itself. I slowed down, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the adrenaline coursing through my veins making me tremble. I drove the rest of the way home with the ghost of those headlights haunting me, every shadow a potential harbinger of my mysterious follower's return. The ordeal left a mark, an indelible stain on the fabric of my nightly routines. The fear lingered, a constant, unwelcome companion that colored my nights with shades of terror. The rational part of me tried to dismiss the incident as a coincidence, perhaps another soul heading home, their route mirroring mine by pure chance. But the deeper, primal part of my psyche wasn't convinced. Someone somewhere had chosen me to torment, if only for a night. The experience changed me. I found new routes to take, ones with more lights, more life. I became vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always looking for that set of headlights that might signal a return of my anonymous tormentor. The joy I once found in the solitude of my late-night drives was replaced by a cautious trepidation, a constant reminder that the darkness could hide more than just shadows. In the end, I never discovered who was behind the wheel that night, nor their intentions. The not knowing was perhaps the hardest part to come to terms with, leaving me with a well of unanswered questions that no amount of speculation could fill. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of our sense of security, of how quickly the familiar can become foreign, and how the most ordinary of nights can transform into something out of a nightmare. Story 3. Photography was more than a hobby for me, it was a form of expression, a way to document the fleeting moments that often go unnoticed. The world is filled with hidden beauty, and through my lens, I sought to uncover it. Whether it was the way light danced on a rain-soaked pavement or the symmetrical chaos of a bustling street, I found joy in capturing the essence of the mundane. That was until the shadows began to appear in my photographs. At first, I dismissed them as anomalies, mere tricks of light that sometimes grace the canvas of a photographer. Shadows, after all, are the silent partners of light, playing across surfaces in endless forms. But these were different. These shadows had a shape, a distinctly human silhouette that lingered in the background of my shots, always there, always slightly out of focus. It was as if a ghost had chosen to make itself known in my work, a phantom observer to the moments I captured. Concerned, I began to scrutinize my equipment, convinced that the issue lay with my camera. Yet, even after switching devices, the shadow persisted, a constant presence that seemed to mock my efforts to understand it. I tried changing locations, thinking perhaps it was a peculiar interaction of light and architecture in my usual haunts. But no matter where I went, the shadow followed, a silent stalker immortalized in the background of my photographs. The realization that this was no mere coincidence or technical glitch was chilling. The logical explanation that someone was deliberately inserting themselves into my photographs was a thought I resisted. Yet, as the evidence mounted, denial became impossible. The shadow was too consistent, too deliberate. It wasn't just appearing in my photographs, it was following me, a tangible presence that felt increasingly oppressive. The idea of being stalked is terrifying in its own right, but to have someone invade my life through my own art felt like a violation of a deeply personal nature. My photography was a solace, a means of connecting with the world on my terms. Now it had become a source of anxiety, each click of the shutter a potential invitation to this unseen observer. Driven by a mix of fear and determination, I set out to confront this shadow. I began to take photos with the intention of capturing it, no longer focusing on the beauty of the mundane but on the mystery that had invaded my life. Each photograph became a clue, each location a potential meeting point. Yet the shadow remained elusive, always there but always out of reach. My obsession grew, as did my collection of photographs, each one a piece of the puzzle. I scrutinized them for patterns, for any hint of who this person might be and why they chose to haunt me. Friends and family grew concerned, unable to understand why I had diverted so far from my usual subjects. To them, the shadows were unsettling but not the focus of my work. They didn't understand the compulsion, the need to solve this mystery that had wrapped itself around my life. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. A photograph taken in a bustling market, the shadow captured mid-stride in the background. There was something about the posture, the way the light fell, that jogged a memory. I dug through my old photographs, not the recent ones dominated by the shadow, but those taken in the blissful ignorance before its appearance. And there, in a candid shot of a crowded street, was the same silhouette, part of the crowd yet distinct. It wasn't a shadow then, but a person, someone who had been in my life, unnoticed, long before they chose to step into the darkness. The revelation was both a relief and a horror. To know that the shadow had an identity, a connection to my past, grounded it in reality. But it also stripped away the last vestiges of denial, confirming that I was indeed being stalked, watched over by someone who had, for reasons unknown, chosen to insert themselves into my life in the most invasive way imaginable. The journey from there was one of cautious discovery, unraveling the identity of my shadow. It was a process fraught with tension, each step bringing me closer to an encounter I wasn't sure I wanted. Yet the need to reclaim my life, to return to a time when photography was a source of joy rather than fear, drove me forward. The end of this journey is not a dramatic confrontation, as one might expect, but a quiet acknowledgement of the complex web of human connections that bind us. The shadow in my photographs, once a source of terror, became a reminder of our vulnerability, of the marks we leave on each other's lives, often without realizing it. In confronting my shadow, I confronted parts of myself, reclaiming my art and my life from the darkness that had sought to claim it. Story 4. The move into the old house was supposed to be a new chapter, a fresh start in a place brimming with character and history. The house, with its creaking floorboards and whispering walls, held a certain charm, a promise of stories waiting to be uncovered. I was drawn to its quirks, the way each room seemed to hold secrets from a bygone era. However, one peculiar trait stood out, not for its charm, but for the unease it brought, a persistent scratching sound coming from within the walls. Initially, I brushed it off as a common issue in old houses. Mice, I thought, or perhaps some other small critter had made its home in the nooks and crannies of the aging structure. The scratching became a background noise, an annoying yet accepted part of my daily life. That was until curiosity and a growing unease at the persistence and intensity of the sound compelled me to investigate further. The decision to open up the wall was not taken lightly. The idea of tearing into the fabric of this historic house felt almost sacrilegious, yet the need to address what I believed to be a burgeoning infestation outweighed my reservations. What I found within the wall was not the nest of vermin I had braced myself for, but something far more perplexing: a small, intricately carved box, hidden away as if meant to be discovered only by those who were meant to find it. The box itself was a curiosity, its craftsmanship suggesting a care and intent that was at odds with its concealment within the wall. With a mix of anticipation and apprehension, I opened it to find a single piece of paper, aged and yellowed, with words written in a shaky hand: "I'm sorry. It's the only way to stop it from spreading." The message was cryptic, offering no clues as to what it was or why such dramatic measures were necessary to contain it. The absence of any further explanation or context transformed the intrigue of the discovery into a source of mounting dread. The more I pondered the message, the more unsettling it became. What had been contained? And why had the previous occupant, or perhaps someone from even further back in the house's history, felt the need to seal this apology, this warning, within the walls? The lack of answers left my imagination to conjure scenarios far more terrifying than any concrete explanation likely would have been. The fear of the unknown, of what might be lurking unseen, or perhaps worse, unfelt within the very structure of my home, overshadowed the initial excitement of the move. The idea that someone had gone to such lengths, had perhaps faced such desperation to contain whatever it was, left me in a state of constant vigilance. The scratching, which I had not heard since uncovering the box, now felt like a harbinger, a reminder of the unseen and unexplained forces that might still reside within the walls. My nights became restless, the darkness amplifying every creak and groan of the house, every whisper of wind against the windows, into ominous signs. The once charming quirks of the old house now seemed to hint at sinister secrets, at stories that were perhaps better left untold. The decision to remain, to try and uncover the truth behind the message in the box, was one fraught with conflict. Yet the part of me driven by a need to understand, to shine a light into the dark corners of history and human nature, refused to let me leave. The journey to uncover the truth behind the message in the wall became a quest, not just about the house, but about the nature of fear and the human capacity for hope and resilience in the face of the unknown. Each clue, each piece of the house's history uncovered, served as a step towards understanding, towards reconciling the beauty and charm of the old house with the darkness it had once contained. What started as a search for a practical solution to a mundane problem evolved into a profound exploration of the mysteries that bind us, of the legacies we inherit and choose to carry forward. The old house, with its secrets and stories, taught me that sometimes the things we seek to contain, to hide away in the hopes of protecting ourselves and others, have a way of coming to light, demanding to be acknowledged, understood, and ultimately accepted. The message inside the wall, a silent testament to a struggle long past, became a part of my story, a reminder of the complexities of life and the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of the unknown. Story 5. The woods had always been a sanctuary to me, a verdant retreat from the noise and chaos of daily life. Nestled behind my house, they offered miles of trails that wound through towering trees and over gentle hills, a natural haven where I could lose myself in the beauty of the wilderness. Hiking these trails became a ritual, a way to recharge and find peace in the solitude of nature. It was a place where I felt safe, disconnected from the world and its burdens. However, this sense of safety and isolation was shattered one evening, replaced by a creeping dread that transformed my sanctuary into a landscape of fear. The change was subtle at first, a mere whisper of unease that danced on the edges of my consciousness. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, the product of an overactive imagination fueled by too many stories of lost hikers and wilderness mysteries. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each step, a sensation of being watched that no amount of rationalization could dispel. It was as if the woods themselves had suddenly become aware of my presence, their gaze fixed upon me. As the days passed, this sensation deepened, compounded by signs that I was indeed not alone in these woods. Footprints appeared on the trail ahead, footprints that were not my own, their size and gait unfamiliar. Whispers carried on the wind, too coherent to be dismissed as the rustling of leaves, too close to be anything but human. These discoveries turned my hikes into exercises in heightened awareness, each sound and movement a potential threat lurking just out of sight. The realization that someone might be stalking me, observing me from the shadows of my once peaceful retreat, was deeply unsettling. The woods had been my escape, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts, far removed from the eyes of the world. Now that privacy had been violated, the solitude I cherished transformed into isolation tinged with vulnerability. The thought that someone could take pleasure in watching, in turning my sanctuary into their hunting ground, was a betrayal of the unspoken pact I believed I had with these woods. My response to this invasion was a mix of fear and defiance. Avoiding the trails was not an option. To do so would be to surrender, to let this unseen observer dictate the terms of my life. Instead, I became more cautious, altering my routes, varying the times of my hikes in an attempt to confound whoever was watching. I also became more observant, studying the woods and their patterns, hoping to catch a glimpse of my watcher, to confront them and reclaim my sanctuary. But the woods offered no answers, their secrets as impenetrable as ever. The watcher remained a ghost, a presence felt but never seen. The trails, once paths of escape, now felt like corridors in a maze designed by someone else, leading me not to solitude but to a center of fear I couldn't escape. The culmination of this ordeal came unexpectedly. On a hike like any other, with the weight of being watched pressing down on me, I stumbled upon a clearing I had never seen before. In the center was a simple stone bench, and on it, a pair of binoculars and a note. The note was brief, an apology for the fear caused, an explanation from someone who had sought solitude in watching the natural world, not realizing they had become a source of terror. They had mistaken my presence as a shared pursuit of isolation, not understanding the intrusion their observation represented. This revelation was a turning point. The woods, my captor, and my sanctuary were no longer a landscape of fear, but a complex tapestry of lives intersecting unwittingly. The watcher on the trail, now unmasked not as a predator but as a fellow seeker of peace, offered a strange comfort. Our solitary pursuits had collided, reminding us both of the fine line between observing and intruding. Gradually, the woods reclaimed their place as my sanctuary, the shadows less menacing, the whispers on the wind now just the sounds of nature. The experience had changed me, made me more aware of the presence of others, even in places where I believed I was alone. The woods were no longer just an escape but a shared space, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all, even in our most solitary moments. Story 5. The woods had always been a sanctuary to me, a verdant retreat from the noise and chaos of daily life. Nestled behind my house, they offered miles of trails that wound trees and over gentle hills, a natural haven where I could lose myself in the beauty of the wilderness. Hiking these trails became a ritual, a way to recharge and find peace in the solitude of nature. It was a place where I felt safe, disconnected from the world and its burdens. However, this sense of safety and isolation was shattered one evening, replaced by a creeping dread that transformed my sanctuary into a landscape of fear. The change was subtle at first, a mere whisper of unease that danced on the edges of my consciousness. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, the product of an overactive imagination fueled by too many stories of lost hikers and wilderness mysteries. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each step, a sensation of being watched that no amount of rationalization could dispel. It was as if the woods themselves had suddenly become aware of my presence, their gaze fixed upon me. As the days passed, this sensation deepened, compounded by signs that I was indeed not alone in these woods. Footprints appeared on the trail ahead, footprints that were not my own, their size and gait unfamiliar. Whispers carried on the wind, too coherent to be dismissed as the rustling of leaves, too close to be anything but human. These discoveries turned my hikes into exercises in heightened awareness, each sound and movement a potential threat lurking just out of sight. The realization that someone might be stalking me, observing me from the shadows of my once peaceful retreat, was deeply unsettling. The woods had been my escape, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts, far removed from the eyes of the world. Now that privacy had been violated, the solitude I cherished transformed into isolation tinged with vulnerability. The thought that someone could take pleasure in watching, in turning my sanctuary into their hunting ground, was a betrayal of the unspoken pact I believed I had with these woods. My response to this invasion was a mix of fear and defiance. Avoiding the trails was not an option. To do so would be to surrender, to let this unseen observer dictate the terms of my life. Instead, I became more cautious, altering my routes, varying the times of my hikes in an attempt to confound whoever was watching. I also became more observant, studying the woods and their patterns, hoping to catch a glimpse of my watcher, to confront them and reclaim my sanctuary. But the woods offered no answers, their secrets as impenetrable as ever. The watcher remained a ghost, a presence felt but never seen. The trails, once paths of escape, now felt like corridors in a maze designed by someone else, leading me not to solitude but to a center of fear I couldn't escape. The culmination of this ordeal came unexpectedly. On a hike like any other, with the weight of being watched pressing down on me, I stumbled upon a clearing I had never seen before. In the center was a simple stone bench, and on it, a pair of binoculars and a note. The note was brief, an apology for the fear caused, an explanation from someone who had sought solitude in watching the natural world, not realizing they had become a source of terror. They had mistaken my presence as a shared pursuit of isolation, not understanding the intrusion their observation represented. This revelation was a turning point. The woods, my captor and my sanctuary, were no longer a landscape of fear, but a complex tapestry of lives intersecting unwittingly. The watcher on the trail, now unmasked not as a predator but as a fellow seeker of peace, offered a strange comfort. Our solitary pursuits had collided, reminding us both of the fine line between observing and intruding. Gradually, the woods reclaimed their place as my sanctuary, the shadows less menacing, the whispers on the wind now just the sounds of nature. The experience had changed me, made me more aware of the presence of others, even in places where I believed I was alone. The woods were no longer just an escape but a shared space, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all, even in our most solitary moments. Story 6. The hospital where I worked had seen better days. Its walls, once a beacon of hope and healing, now stood as a testament to years of neglect and decay. As a night shift nurse, I had grown accustomed to its peculiarities, the way the floorboards creaked, how the dim lights flickered, casting shadows that danced like specters in the corners. But nothing within the hospital's dilapidated confines was as mysterious or as unsettling as Room 413. Room 413 had become something of an urban legend among the hospital staff, a tale passed down through hushed whispers in the break room. It was said that patients assigned to this room would vanish, not in the sense that they were simply transferred or discharged, but in a manner that left no trace, as if they had never existed at all. These disappearances left a palpable void, a sense of loss and confusion that no amount of rational explanation could dispel. Driven by a mix of curiosity and an unshakable feeling that there was more to these stories than mere superstition, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth about Room 413. My days off were spent scouring old records, searching for any clue that might shed light on the mystery, but it was as if Room 413 had erased any trace of those it had taken. One night, fueled by a determination that bordered on recklessness, I decided to investigate the room myself. The hallway leading to Room 413 seemed longer than I remembered, the air thick with anticipation. As I entered the room, I was struck by how ordinary it appeared, a stark contrast to the tales that had painted it as a place of unspeakable horror. Yet there was something in the air, a heaviness that made it difficult to breathe, an unseen terror that clung to every surface. It was then that I discovered the journal, an old, faded volume hidden beneath the mattress of the bed. The handwriting within was frantic, the entries detailing a patient's spiraling descent into paranoia. The writer was convinced that the room itself was alive, an entity that fed on the occupants, consuming them in a way that left nothing behind, not even memories. The entries became increasingly disjointed, the fear palpable in every word, until they stopped abruptly, the final page blank as if the writer had been snatched away in mid-sentence. The realization that hit me then was more terrifying than any ghost story. The horror of Room 413 wasn't in the supernatural or in the idea of a room that could consume those within its walls. It was in the understanding that fear, pure and unchecked, could erase someone so completely from existence. The patients of Room 413 hadn't been taken by some malevolent force, they had been consumed by their own terror, their minds unraveling until there was nothing left. This revelation changed the way I saw Room 413 and indeed the entire hospital. The shadows that once seemed menacing now appeared sad, remnants of the fears that had consumed so many. Room 413 remained a mystery, its secrets locked within the pages of a journal that offered more questions than answers. The disappearances never ceased, but my approach to them, and to my work, shifted. I became more attentive to the fears of the patients, understanding now that the greatest threat wasn't the disease or injury that brought them to our doors, but the terror that could consume them from within. Room 413 taught me that sometimes the most profound horrors are those that dwell in the mind, and the only way to combat them is with compassion, understanding, and the determination to face our fears, no matter how insidious they may be. Story 7. The night had started like any other. The hospital's shift had been long and draining, the weight of countless responsibilities still pressing on my shoulders as I clocked out. Eager to return to the sanctuary of my home, I opted for the shortcut I'd taken countless times before, a decision made out of habit more than conscious thought. The road, a narrow strip of asphalt that cut through the dense forest, had always seemed like a secret passage, one that allowed me to bypass the city's late-night congestion. Yet, on that particular night, it transformed into something else entirely. As I turned onto the shortcut, the familiarity of the road beneath my car's tires offered a brief comfort. But it wasn't long before a creeping unease began to settle in, a feeling that the road ahead was not as I remembered it. Streetlights, which had always served as beacons guiding me through the darkness, flickered erratically before succumbing to the night, plunging me into an unsettling darkness. The comforting glow of my dashboard lights became my only source of illumination, a fragile barrier against the encroaching blackness. I reassured myself that it was just a temporary power outage, a common enough occurrence in this part of the city. Yet, as I drove, the unease grew into a palpable sense of dread. My GPS, usually a steadfast guide, blinked out, its screen displaying the infuriatingly vague message, "Signal lost." I tapped at it in frustration, but it remained unresponsive, as if it too had succumbed to the strangeness of the night. Panic began to set in as I realized that familiar landmarks were conspicuously absent. There were no turns where I remembered them, no bridges to cross, just an unending stretch of road that seemed to unravel before me, leading nowhere. The logical part of my mind struggled to make sense of it, to find an explanation for why a road I knew so well could suddenly feel so alien and threatening. The fuel gauge caught my eye, its needle inching ominously towards empty. The sight spurred a surge of desperation, the realization that being stranded here, in the middle of nowhere, was a very real possibility. My foot pressed heavier on the accelerator, a futile attempt to outrun the growing fear that I was caught in an unending loop, a road that refused to release me. Hours seemed to pass, each minute stretching into an eternity of uncertainty. The darkness outside became oppressive, a tangible force that seemed to press against the windows, eager to find a way in. My thoughts spiraled, the isolation and fear giving rise to visions of being forever lost on this road, of disappearing without a trace as those in room 413 had. And then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, the road opened up onto a familiar stretch, the lights of the city greeting me like a beacon of hope. Relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave, the fear and panic of the last few hours receding as quickly as they had arrived. Yet, even as I navigated the now familiar streets towards home, the sense of unease lingered, a shadow that refused to be dispelled by the city's glow. The experience of that night haunted me in the days that followed. I pored over maps, attempting to trace my route, to find some explanation for what had happened. But there was nothing, just the same road I had taken countless times before, with no indication of why it had suddenly become a labyrinth from which there seemed to be no escape. I shared my story with a few close friends, expecting disbelief or rational explanations. Instead, I found a mixture of concern and intrigue. Some suggested logical explanations, from a simple case of disorientation to more outlandish theories involving spatial anomalies. Others shared stories of their own, tales of places that seemed to exist just on the edge of reality, where the rules of the world as we understood them no longer applied. Despite the comfort found in sharing my experience, the fear of that night remained. The road, once a shortcut, had become a symbol of my vulnerability, a reminder that the world could change in an instant, transforming the familiar into something unrecognizable and terrifying. Determined to confront my fear, I found myself drawn back to the road during the day. The sun illuminated the path that had been so menacing under the cover of darkness, rendering it ordinary. I drove the length of the road without incident, each turn and landmark exactly as I remembered them. Yet the fear persisted, a gnawing certainty that the road had revealed only a fraction of its secrets that night. My obsession with understanding what had happened led me down a path of research into the phenomena of lost time and space, of roads and places that seemed to exist in a state of flux, visible only to those who experienced them. I discovered stories of others who had experienced similar events, each account a piece of a puzzle that never seemed to complete itself. The road became a metaphor for the unknowns that lurk in the corners of our lives, the realization that for all our advancements in understanding, there are still forces at play that defy explanation. It challenged my perceptions of reality, of the thin veil that separates the mundane from the extraordinary. I never took that shortcut again, not out of fear of getting lost, but out of respect for the unknown. The experience had changed me, instilling a sense of humility in the face of the inexplicable. It was a reminder that sometimes the journey is not about reaching a destination, but about the lessons learned along the way, about understanding that there are mysteries in this world that are not meant to be solved, only experienced. The unending road remains a part of me, a memory that surfaces in moments of quiet, a story that I carry close. It serves as a reminder that fear, in all its forms, is a part of life, but it is how we face that fear that defines us. In the end, the road didn't decide I wasn't allowed to leave. It offered me a choice, a chance to confront the darkness and emerge into the light, forever changed but unbroken. Story 8. The neighborhood had always been a quiet one, a place where families settled and grew roots, where the arrival of a new resident was a ripple in the otherwise still pond of our community. So when the old Henderson place finally sold, curiosity buzzed through the streets like electricity. The buyer, a reclusive man who moved in under the cover of darkness, became a subject of whispered speculation. No one saw him arrive, and in the weeks that followed, he remained an enigma, a shadow behind the curtains of the otherwise unremarkable house. My curiosity, perhaps fueled by the monotony of my own daily routine, grew with each passing day. The mystery of the new neighbor, of who he was and why he chose to isolate himself so completely, became a puzzle I felt compelled to solve. Rationality advised against prying, but the pull of the unknown, of the stories that might lie hidden behind those curtained windows, was too strong to resist. One evening, driven by a reckless impulse, I decided to introduce myself. Armed with the pretense of offering a neighborly welcome, I approached his door. I knocked once, twice, then a third time, each knock echoing unanswered through the house. It was then that I noticed the door, slightly ajar, a silent invitation or perhaps a careless oversight. The decision to step inside was made in a heartbeat, a moment of curiosity overpowering better judgment. The interior of the house was a stark contrast to its unassuming exterior. The air was thick with the scent of varnish and something else, something organic and faintly metallic. It was a maze of corridors and rooms, each turn revealing a new chamber of horrors. The sculptures were the first to catch my eye, intricate constructs of bone that towered over me, their forms both beautiful and grotesque. They were crafted with a precision that spoke of a deep, if morbid, passion. Each piece was a testament to countless hours of work, of hunts not for sustenance but for art. The realization that the materials were not the remnants of animals, as I first thought, but something far more sinister, sent a chill through me. As I ventured deeper into the house, the true nature of my neighbor's work became horrifyingly clear. Room after room was filled with these macabre creations, a gallery of death that seemed to stretch on endlessly. But it was the final room that brought the stark reality crashing down around me. The walls were plastered with missing person posters, a grim tapestry of faces looking out in silent appeal. Each was marked with a red X, a morbid tally of lives taken. The horror of what I had stumbled upon was paralyzing, a weight that pressed down on me with the force of a physical blow. The realization that I was not alone, that the creator of this grotesque collection was somewhere close, watching me uncover his secret, spurred me into motion. Fear lent speed to my feet as I fled, the house seemingly alive with shadows that reached out to ensnare me. Emerging into the night, the cool air was a balm to my racing heart. The quiet streets of the neighborhood, once a comforting constant, now seemed to hide unseen dangers. The knowledge of what lay behind the facade of the house next door, of what the man who lived there was capable of, was a burden I could not unsee. The horror wasn't just in the grim gallery I had witnessed, but in the realization of the danger that lurked so close to home. My neighbor's secret was a stark reminder of the darkness that can hide behind the most mundane of surfaces, of the capacity for evil that exists in the heart of man. In the days that followed, the police were called, the house searched, but my neighbor was gone, vanished as if he had never been. The sculptures, the posters, the evidence of his ghastly hobby were all that remained, silent witnesses to the horrors that had transpired within those walls. The neighborhood never recovered from the revelation of what had been hiding in our midst. Families moved, the streets became quieter, and the Henderson place stood empty, a monument to the unknown horrors that can lie hidden behind closed doors. As for me, the memory of that night, of the chilling discovery and the realization of the danger I had narrowly escaped, remains a constant shadow. It's a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary, of the darkness that can dwell in the heart of man. The horror of what I saw will stay with me always, a chilling testament to the mysteries that can lie hidden just next door. Story 9. The city at night is a different world, one where the shadows take precedence over the light, and the streets, filled with the echoes of the day, whisper secrets to those willing to listen. As a late-night bus driver, I traverse these shadowy paths nightly, my bus a lone vessel sailing through the darkness, its passengers few and far between. They were the city's nocturnal inhabitants, each with their own stories, their reasons for journeying through the night. Among them, one passenger stood out, a constant presence who became as much a part of the route as the stops themselves. He was an enigmatic figure, cloaked in the anonymity of the night. Every evening without fail, he boarded the bus at its first stop, taking a seat at the back, his face obscured by the dim interior lights. He rode in silence, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the empty bus, always disembarking at the last stop, where the city's lights faded into darkness, and the urban sprawl gave way to abandoned buildings and forgotten streets. Curiosity is a powerful force, and over time mine grew. Who was he, and what drew him to this desolate part of the city night after night? One evening, driven by a need to understand, I made a decision that would forever change the way I viewed the world. After announcing the last stop and watching him disembark, I parked the bus and followed him, a silent shadow trailing another through the deserted streets. He moved with purpose, his steps leading him to an area of the city that time had left behind. Buildings, once proud structures of brick and stone, now stood as hollowed-out shells, their darkened windows like the empty eyes of forgotten souls. He stopped in front of one such building, a derelict structure that whispered of better days. With barely a pause, he stepped inside, disappearing into the darkness that swallowed him whole. I approached the building, my heart a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Peering inside, I could see nothing but the impenetrable blackness, a void that seemed to pulse with unseen life. I waited, expecting him to reappear, but the night remained undisturbed, the silence a heavy cloak that wrapped itself around me. The realization that he had vanished into the darkness, into a place that seemed to exist on the edge of reality, filled me with a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. The nights that followed were marked by his absence. The bus felt emptier without him, the journey through the night lacking the quiet anticipation of his presence. Questions filled my mind, each unanswered query adding to the weight of the mystery he had left behind. Had I witnessed a departure, not just from the bus but from this world? Or had he simply found what he was looking for in the shadows of the abandoned building, a purpose or an end to his nocturnal journey? Sometimes at the last stop, as I prepare to turn the bus around and make the journey back to where it all began, I feel it the weight of an unseen passenger disembarking, a silent farewell carried on the night air. It's a reminder of the mysteries that the night holds, of the stories that unfold in the darkness, unseen but deeply felt. The last passenger, with his silent journeys and sudden disappearance, had become a part of the night's tapestry, a ghostly presence that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. Driving the late-night route through the city, I've come to understand that the darkness hides more than just fears. It harbors secrets, mysteries that are revealed only to those who journey through the night. The last passenger, with his enigmatic presence and sudden absence, taught me that some mysteries are not meant to be solved. They are to be carried with us, whispers in the dark that remind us of the depth and complexity of the human experience, of the unseen journeys that we all undertake in search of our own destinations. Story 10. The allure of the new apartment was undeniable. Nestled in a historic part of the city, its charm and spaciousness were matched only by the incredulity of its rent. It was the kind of deal that one stumbles upon once in a lifetime, a hidden gem that promised a fresh start and a place to call my own. Yet, as I would soon discover, this new beginning came with an unforeseen caveat, an echo not of sound, but of lives once lived within its walls. The initial days were consumed by the chaos of moving, the space slowly transforming with each piece of furniture and personal touch. The echoes began as a mere whisper, so faint that I convinced myself they were the product of my overstressed mind seeking solace in the quiet moments. However, as the days passed, these whispers grew in clarity and strength, evolving from indistinct murmurs to coherent voices that filled the apartment with the remnants of past emotions. Arguments laced with the sharpness of betrayal, cries that spoke of losses too great to bear, laughter that echoed the lightness of joyous moments, and the sorrow of heartfelt goodbyes. These were the sounds that permeated the space, a cacophony of human experience that resonated with the very essence of life. It was as though the apartment itself was a conduit, a keeper of stories that spanned the spectrum of emotion. Driven by a mixture of fascination and an ever-growing sense of intrusion into private moments not meant for me, I delved into the history of the building. The discovery that my new home had once been a boarding house opened a floodgate of understanding. It had been a place of transient lives, each occupant leaving a mark, a memory imprinted within the very fabric of the building. The boarding house had seen much in its time, moments of joy as new friendships were forged under its roof, the air once filled with the laughter of those who found a temporary home within its walls. Yet, it had also been a witness to tragedy, to the depth of human sorrow and loss. Stories of love lost, of dreams unfulfilled, and of lives cut tragically short had unfolded in the rooms I now occupied. The horror I felt did not stem from the presence of anything supernatural. There were no malevolent spirits or haunted apparitions. The real terror lay in the realization that I was living amidst the echoes of countless untold stories, each one leaving an indelible mark on the present. The apartment, with its charming features and spacious rooms, was a monument to the myriad human experiences that had once filled its spaces. These echoes of the past, though initially unsettling, gradually became a source of profound reflection. They served as a reminder of the transient nature of life, of the joy and sorrow that define the human condition. The apartment, with its whispers of the past, challenged me to look beyond the physical realm, to acknowledge and respect the emotional residues that haunt the spaces we inhabit. Living in the apartment became an exercise in listening, in opening myself to the stories of those who had come before me. It was a humbling experience, one that taught me about the depth of human emotion and the ways in which our lives, though seemingly disparate, are connected through the universal experiences of love, loss, joy, and sorrow. The apartment, once a source of unease, became a sacred space, a place where the past and present coexisted. The echoes that had once filled me with dread now offered a sense of connection to the tapestry of lives that had woven themselves into the fabric of the building. In embracing these echoes, I learned to live with the ghosts of the past, not as haunting presences, but as reminders of the enduring human spirit and the stories that continue to echo through time. Story 11. Living in the heart of the city has its perks and pitfalls. The convenience of having life's necessities and luxuries within arm's reach is often shadowed by the lack of privacy and personal space. When I first moved into my ground floor apartment, I embraced the urban lifestyle with open arms, charmed by the quaintness of my new home and the vibrant life that pulsed right outside my window. I was aware that residing at street level meant occasional glances from passers-by, but pay for such an ideal location. However, I was wholly unprepared for the chilling turn my life was about to take. The first incident was easy enough to dismiss. It was a face, half hidden by the shadows of the night, peering in through my living room window. I caught only a fleeting glimpse before it vanished, but the intensity of the gaze lingered in the room like a tangible presence. I rationalized it as a curious pedestrian or perhaps a lost soul seeking directions, their face momentarily caught in the act of looking in. But as the nights progressed, the face became a constant fixture, its appearance marked by the fall of darkness. This was no mere passerby. The eyes that watched me were filled with an intent that chilled me to the bone. They were the eyes of someone who watched not out of curiosity, but with a purpose I couldn't fathom. I found myself caught in a paradox of fear and fascination, unable to look away from the window each night, half expecting, half dreading the appearance of that haunting visage. The police, when called, offered only temporary solace. Their patrols and assurances did little to quell my growing unease, for they never found anyone lurking near my apartment. Their inability to catch the watcher only served to amplify my fear, transforming my once cherished home into a cage of paranoia and isolation. In a bid for privacy and a semblance of security, I installed curtains thick, heavy drapes that blocked out the world. But the solution felt more like a prison than a protection. The fabric barriers did little to ease my anxiety. Instead, they amplified it, creating a suffocating atmosphere where I felt cut off from the world yet still under the relentless gaze of my unseen observer. The invasion of my perceived safety was profound, shaking the very foundations of my life. My home, my sanctuary, had been violated, transformed into a stage where I played the unwitting actor in a twisted performance for an audience of one. The realization that I was being watched, analyzed, perhaps even stalked, was a horror that overshadowed any fear of the supernatural. It was the terror of the known, of a human threat that loomed just beyond the veil of my understanding. The situation took a toll on my mental and physical well-being. Sleep became elusive, a nightly battle against the fear that the watcher might somehow find a way inside. Every shadow cast by the moonlight, every noise from the street, became a potential signal of imminent danger. My days were consumed by a haze of exhaustion and hypervigilance, my once enjoyable city life now a source of constant dread. Driven by desperation, I began my own investigation. I pored over local news archives and online forums, searching for any clue that might explain the identity or motives of my watcher. My efforts unearthed stories of others who had experienced similar ordeals, tales of watchers and peepers who haunted the edges of urban living. Yet none matched the persistence or intensity of my own experience. I also reached out to my neighbors, hoping to find allies or at least shared experiences that might shed light on the situation. Most were sympathetic but could offer no concrete assistance. However, one elderly neighbor, a longtime resident of the building, recalled a period years ago when a series of break-ins had unsettled the community. The crimes had ceased as abruptly as they had started, with no culprit ever caught. Her stories added another layer of complexity to my situation, suggesting that my watcher might be part of a longer history of surveillance and violation tied to the area. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. One evening, armed with a newfound determination and a camera, I managed to capture a clear image of the face in the window. The photograph, though grainy, was detailed enough to be recognizable. I took it to the police, who finally had the concrete evidence they needed to escalate their investigation. The days that followed were a blur of activity. The police managed to identify the watcher, a former resident of the building with a troubled past and a history of voyeuristic behavior. The revelation was a small comfort, but it did little to erase the trauma of the past weeks. The knowledge that my observer was real, that my fear had been justified, was a double-edged sword. Relief at being believed was tempered by the horror of what could have happened had his obsession escalated further. In the aftermath, I struggled to reclaim my sense of security. The curtains remained, a physical reminder of the ordeal, but I also took steps to reconnect with the world outside. I engaged more with my neighbors, finding solace in the community I had previously kept at a distance. I also invested in security measures, transforming my apartment from a stage for unwanted observation into a fortress of privacy and safety. The watcher was eventually apprehended, his motivations as inscrutable as the night itself. The police believed he had targeted me randomly, his actions driven by compulsions that neither he nor anyone else could fully understand. The legal proceedings were a cold comfort, a necessary conclusion to a chapter of my life I wished had never been written. My experience with the Watcher changed me in fundamental ways. It taught me about the fragility of safety and the illusion of privacy in the modern world. It also showed me the strength that can be found in community and the importance of standing vigilant against those who seek to invade our lives. The face in the window is gone now, but its echo remains, a haunting reminder of the night's ability to conceal not just wonders, but horrors too. My ground floor apartment, once a symbol of my independence and connection to the vibrant life of the city, now stands as a monument to my resilience, a testament to the strength required to face the darkness and reclaim the light. Story 12. In the world of publishing, the life of an editor is often romanticized. People imagine us surrounded by mountains of manuscripts, each a potential masterpiece waiting to be discovered. The reality, of course, is far more mundane, filled with long hours, endless emails, and the constant search for a story that not only captivates but sells. Over the years, I've had the privilege of bringing numerous authors' visions to life, witnessing their journey from obscurity to recognition. It's a rewarding profession, albeit exhausting, but nothing had prepared me for the manuscript that landed on my desk one crisp autumn morning. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, just another submission in a pile that seemed to grow exponentially each day. However, from the moment I turned the first page, I was ensnared. The manuscript was a first-person narrative of a serial killer, a genre not uncommon, and one that usually held little interest for me due to its often sensationalist approach. Yet this was different. The level of detail, the depth of emotion, and the insight into the mind of the protagonist, or should I say antagonist, were unlike anything I had ever encountered. The narrative unfolded with chilling precision, recounting the killer's thoughts and deeds with an intimacy that suggested first-hand experience. It was as if the author had not only been present at each crime scene, but had orchestrated the events with meticulous care. The prose was haunting, each word carefully chosen to evoke a visceral response. The scenes of violence were described with an almost clinical detachment, a stark contrast to the underlying current of dark satisfaction that permeated the text. As I delved deeper into the manuscript, my initial fascination turned to horror. The realization that these might not be the musings of a creative mind, but the actual confessions of a murderer, was a thought I couldn't shake. The details were too precise, the emotions too raw, the knowledge of criminal procedures and forensic evidence too accurate for the work of fiction. Yet it was the manuscript's conclusion that truly sent chills down my spine, a veiled threat that hinted at the author's knowledge of who I was and where I lived. The manuscript ended not with the capture or death of the killer, but with a reflection on the nature of obsession and the thrill of the hunt. It was in the final lines that the author turned their attention to me, the reader, suggesting that the thrill of being watched, of being chosen, was a fear more potent than death itself. The implication was clear: I had been selected, not for my editorial skills, but as the next object of the author's obsession. The days that followed were filled with a paranoia I had never known. Every shadow seemed a potential threat, every sound a possible harbinger of my story's end. I debated going to the police, but what evidence did I have? A manuscript that could easily be dismissed as a work of fiction, a product of a disturbed but imaginative mind. The threat, While implied, it was woven into the narrative with such subtlety that it could be interpreted as a fictional device rather than a genuine danger. Despite my fear, I found myself drawn back to the manuscript, poring over its pages in a desperate search for clues to the author's identity. There was nothing to be found, no name or return address, just a postmark from a city hundreds of miles away. The anonymity of this submission, once a commonplace aspect of my job, now felt like a taunt, a game of cat and mouse where I was unwittingly cast in the role of the prey. My obsession with the manuscript began to consume me. I researched unsolved cases that matched the descriptions of the murders detailed in the text, delved into forums dedicated to true crime, and consulted with a retired detective in the hopes of finding some semblance of truth amidst the fiction. Each step I took led me further into darkness, a descent into a world of violence and madness that I had never intended to explore. As the weeks turned to months, the manuscript became my prison. My professional judgment clouded by fear, I found it impossible to focus on other projects. My personal life suffered as well, friends and family pushed away by my increasing isolation and obsession. The manuscript had not only introduced me to a world of horror, but had made me a part of it. The turning point came unexpectedly. A breakthrough in one of the cases I had been researching revealed the identity of a suspect, a man whose history and characteristics bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist of the manuscript. Armed with this new information, I went to the authorities, the manuscript in hand, no longer just an editor but a witness to something far greater and more terrifying than any story I had ever published. The investigation that followed was both vindication and nightmare. The manuscript, once doubted as mere fiction, became a key piece of evidence in building a case against the suspect. Interviews, search warrants, and forensic analysis painted a picture of a man who had not only committed the atrocities detailed in the narrative, but had taken perverse pleasure in documenting them. The trial was a media sensation, the story of the manuscript and its role in capturing a killer the subject of endless speculation and debate. I was thrust into the spotlight, my identity as the editor who had uncovered the truth, a footnote in a saga that captivated the nation. The relief of the suspect's conviction was tempered by the knowledge of the lives lost, the pain and suffering chronicled in the manuscript now recognized as the final testimony of the victims. In the aftermath, I struggled to return to my life, to find normalcy in the routine of reading and editing manuscripts. The experience had changed me, leaving scars that ran deep, a constant reminder of the darkness that lies hidden in the human heart. The manuscript, once an object of horror, had become a symbol of my survival, a testament to the strength required to face the unimaginable and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least alive. The face in the window, the watcher on the trail, the echoes of the past, all the stories I had edited over the years paled in comparison to the reality of the manuscript. It was a reminder that the greatest horrors are not those of the supernatural, but those born from the minds and actions of men. As an editor, I had sought to bring stories to life, but in the end it was a story that had brought me face to face with death, with the true nature of fear and the indomitable will to survive. Story 13. As an urban explorer, I had traversed countless forgotten places, from derelict factories to abandoned hospitals. Yet, nothing quite matched the intrigue of the Hotel des Hombres, a once grand establishment that had succumbed to time's relentless march. Nestled amidst the concrete jungle of the city, its facade whispered tales of grandeur long past, while its crumbling exterior hinted at a darker, forgotten history. Rumors swirled among my fellow explorers about a mysterious hidden floor within the hotel, a level that defied all official records and blueprints. Some claimed it was a fabrication, a mere urban legend spun from the imaginations of thrill-seekers. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was truth to these whispers, a hidden realm waiting to be uncovered. Determined to unravel the secrets of the Hotel des Ombres, I embarked on a clandestine expedition one moonlit night. Scaling fences and navigating through overgrown foliage, I finally reached the dilapidated entrance. With a sense of anticipation coursing through my veins, I slipped inside, the musty scent of decay greeting me like an old friend. My footsteps echoed through the empty corridors as I made my way deeper into the heart of the abandoned hotel. Each creak of the floorboards seemed to reverberate with the weight of forgotten memories. It was as if the very walls held secrets, waiting to be unearthed by the intrepid souls brave enough to seek them out. Navigating through the labyrinthine hallways, I eventually stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a staircase that seemed to ascend further than it should, disappearing into darkness. Consulting my makeshift map, I realized that this was the entrance to the elusive hidden floor, the realm of the gallery of locked doors. Heart pounding with excitement and trepidation in equal measure, I began my ascent, each step bringing me closer to the unknown. As I reached the top of the staircase, I was met with a sight that sent shivers down my spine, a corridor lined with ornate doors, each adorned with a different enigmatic symbol. My curiosity piqued. I approached the nearest door, its surface weathered with age, yet still holding an air of mystery. The symbol etched upon it was unfamiliar, a cryptic sigil that seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. With trembling hands, I reached for the handle, half expecting it to be locked tight. To my surprise, the door swung open with an eerie silence, revealing a room bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through cracked windows. It was a scene frozen in time, a snapshot of a bygone era preserved in pristine condition. Vintage furniture adorned the space, draped in dusty sheets that whispered tales of opulence and decadence. Yet, amidst the antiquated furnishings, there was something unsettlingly out of place, a sense of freshness that lingered in the air, as if the room had been recently inhabited. My pulse quickened as I realized that I was not alone in this forgotten realm, that someone or something had made this hidden floor their home. A chill crept down my spine as the realization sank in, filling me with a sense of dread that threatened to overwhelm my senses. Who were the denizens of this secret world, and what secrets did they guard within these locked doors? Fear gnawed at the edges of my resolve, urging me to flee back to the safety of the known world. But my curiosity burned brighter than my fear, driving me forward into the unknown. With each step, I delved deeper into the gallery of locked doors, unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within its shadowed confines. Each room held its own secrets, its own stories waiting to be told. Yet, as I ventured further into the labyrinthine corridors, a sense of unease settled over me like a suffocating cloak. It was as if the very walls themselves were watching, their silent whispers echoing through the empty space. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trespassing in a realm not meant for mortal eyes, that I had stumbled upon something far darker than I could have ever imagined. With a shudder, I realized that I had overstayed my welcome in this hidden world, that it was time to retreat back to the realm of the known and the safe. With one last glance over my shoulder, I turned and fled, the echoes of my footsteps fading into the darkness as I made my escape from the Hotel des Ombres. As I emerged into the cool night air, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. Though the mysteries of the gallery of locked doors still lingered in my mind, I knew that some secrets were better left buried in the shadows. And yet, despite the dangers that lurked within its walls, a part of me couldn't help but wonder what other hidden realms lay waiting to be discovered, what other mysteries lay waiting to be unraveled in the forgotten corners of the world. Story 14. In the heart of a quaint, old neighborhood stood my house, a relic of bygone eras with its weathered facade and time-worn charm. From the moment I moved in, I was enamored by its character, overlooking the quirks that came with its age-creaking floors, groaning pipes, and the occasional draft that whispered through the corridors like a ghostly visitor. Living alone, I relished this solitude, finding solace in the quietude of my humble abode. Yet, as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, I began to notice peculiarities that I couldn't quite explain. Objects seemed to move of their own accord, their usual resting places disrupted without rhyme or reason. Food would disappear from the pantry, leaving behind nothing but empty shelves and unanswered questions. And then there were the faint footprints, barely visible in the layer of dust that settled upon the floor, like ghostly imprints of an unseen intruder. At first, I brushed off these occurrences as figments of my imagination, attributing them to the quirks of an old house. But as the incidents grew more frequent, I could no longer deny the unsettling truth I was not alone within these walls. It was a revelation that sent shivers down my spine, a realization that turned my once sanctuary into a battleground of uncertainty and fear. Who or what was lurking in the shadows, watching my every move with unseen eyes? The thought gnawed at the edges of my sanity, casting doubt upon the very foundations of my reality. And so, the game began a twisted dance of cat and mouse, played out within the confines of my own home. I left notes, desperate pleas for answers in a world where none seemed forthcoming. I set traps, hoping to ensnare the elusive intruder in a web of their own making. But each attempt was met with silence, the presence that haunted my home remaining as enigmatic and elusive as ever. Days turned into weeks, and still the mystery remained unsolved, a specter looming over my every waking moment. The horror wasn't in the possibility of a ghost, but in the chilling realization that I was sharing my home with someone or something unseen. An intruder adept at hiding in plain sight, blending seamlessly into the background like a shadow waiting to strike. As the days stretched into nights, my grip on reality began to fray, paranoia seeping into every corner of my mind. Was I truly alone, or was there something lurking just beyond the veil of perception, waiting to pounce when my guard was down? The thought sent shivers down my spine, turning my once safe haven into a prison of fear and uncertainty. In the dead of night, I would lie awake, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house, wondering if each sound was the harbinger of the unseen intruder's approach. Every shadow seemed to hold secrets, every corner hiding unseen dangers waiting to spring forth and shatter the fragile illusion of safety. And yet, despite the fear that gripped me, there was a part of me that couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of fascination, a morbid curiosity that drove me to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden within the walls of my home. Who was the unseen resident that shared my space? And what secrets did they hold within the depths of their shadowy existence? But as the days turned into months, and the months turned into years, the answers remained elusive, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And so I resigned myself to my fate, living in a state of perpetual unease, forever haunted by the presence of the unseen resident that lurked just beyond the edge of perception, waiting to strike when least expected. The passage of time did little to quell the unease that had settled over me like a suffocating blanket. Each day brought with it new challenges, new mysteries to unravel, yet the answers remained as elusive as ever. I found myself retreating further into solitude, the once familiar comforts of home now tainted by the ever-present specter of the unseen resident. With each passing day, my sense of isolation deepened, a chasm widening between myself and the outside world. Friends and family grew concerned, their worried glances speaking volumes even as their words fell short. But how could I explain the inexplicable, articulate the terror that gripped my very soul? I became consumed by paranoia, my every waking moment spent in a state of hypervigilance, eyes darting nervously at every shadow, every flicker of movement. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving me teetering on the edge of madness, clinging desperately to the fragile threads of my sanity. Yet, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, There was a strange sense of camaraderie that developed between myself and the unseen resident. It was a twisted bond forged in the crucible of fear, a silent acknowledgement of each other's existence in a world that had long since turned its back on us both. I found myself leaving offerings, a plate of food here, a cup of water there, a futile attempt to appease the unseen presence that shared my home. And in return, the mysterious intruder would leave behind small tokens of their own, a trinket placed carefully on the windowsill, a note scribbled in shaky handwriting, barely legible in the dim light of dawn. Yet for all our attempts at communication, the true nature of the unseen resident remained shrouded in mystery. Who were they, and what had driven them to seek refuge within the confines of my home? The question swirled in my mind like a whirlpool, threatening to drag me down into the depths of despair. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was also a strange sense of comfort, a twisted reassurance that I was not truly alone, that there was someone out there who understood the loneliness that gnawed at the edges of my soul. And so I resigned myself to my fate, embracing the presence of the unseen resident as an inevitable part of my existence. For better or for worse, we were bound together by the invisible threads of fate, two souls adrift in a sea of darkness, clinging desperately to each other for solace in a world that had long since abandoned us both. Story 15. The anticipation of hosting a dinner party for my closest friends had filled me with a sense of excitement and joy. The evening promised to be one filled with laughter, delightful conversations, and cherished memories. I meticulously planned every detail, ensuring that the table was set with elegance and the menu was tailored to tantalize the taste buds of my esteemed guests. As the guests began to arrive, their cheerful greetings and warm embraces filled the air with a sense of camaraderie and familiarity. I welcomed each one with open arms, genuinely thrilled to have them all gathered under my roof for what was sure to be a memorable evening. The atmosphere was electric as we settled around the table, the soft glow of candlelight casting a warm, inviting ambience over the room. Glasses clinked in toasts, and the room filled with the melodious sound of laughter and animated conversation. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was a subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible change in the energy of the room that set my nerves on edge. And then I saw her, a lone figure sitting quietly in the corner, her presence almost imperceptible amidst the lively chatter of the other guests. At first glance, she seemed unremarkable, a woman of average height and unassuming appearance. But there was something about her that caught my attention, something that set her apart from the rest of the partygoers. It was as if she didn't quite belong, as if she were a stranger in a room full of familiar faces. I watched in silence as my friends engaged with her, laughing at her jokes and nodding along to her stories as if she were an old friend they had known for years. It was a strange sight, one that sent a shiver down my spine and left me feeling unsettled. I approached her cautiously, my curiosity piqued by the enigmatic presence she exuded. She greeted me with a polite smile, her eyes betraying a depth of sadness that sent a chill down my spine. There was a haunting quality to her gaze, a silent plea for understanding that tugged at my heartstrings. As the evening progressed, I found myself drawn to her, unable to tear my gaze away from her hauntingly beautiful face. We exchanged pleasantries, but beneath the surface there was an unspoken understanding, a shared connection that transcended words. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. I searched the room frantically, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized that she had vanished without a trace. It was as if she had never been there at all, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of unease and a host of unanswered questions. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by her presence, unable to shake the feeling that she had left an indelible mark on my life. I questioned my sanity, wondering if she had been a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light, or a manifestation of my deepest, darkest fears. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that she had been real, that she had been there, watching and waiting, her presence a silent reminder of the fragility of the human mind. I sought solace in the company of my friends, hoping that they might provide some insight into the mysterious woman who had graced our dinner party. But to my dismay, they had no recollection of her being there at all, dismissing her existence as nothing more than a trick of my imagination. The horror of the situation slowly dawned on me, the uncertainty of not knowing whether she was a ghost of the past or a figment of collective imagination. It was a chilling thought, one that left me feeling vulnerable and exposed, as if I were teetering on the edge of a precipice with no way to escape. And so I resigned myself to the uncertainty, haunted by the memory of the mysterious woman who had infiltrated my life and left me questioning everything I thought I knew. For in a world where reality and illusion blurred together like watercolor on canvas, who could say where the truth truly lay? In the days following the dinner party, I found myself grappling with the memory of the mysterious woman who had inexplicably appeared and disappeared without a trace. Her image lingered in my mind like a haunting melody, her presence leaving an indelible mark on my psyche. I searched for clues, scouring every corner of my memory for any hint of her identity or purpose. But try as I might, I could find no answers, no explanation for her sudden appearance in my life. As the weeks turned into months, the memory of the dinner party began to fade, replaced by the mundane rhythms of daily life. Yet, despite my best efforts to move on, the mystery of the mysterious woman continued to gnaw at the edges of my consciousness, a constant reminder of the inexplicable and the unknown. I found myself retracing my steps, revisiting the events of that fateful evening in search of any clue that might shed light on her identity. But the more I searched, the more elusive she seemed, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I had all but given up hope, a glimmer of insight pierced the darkness of faint memory, a whispered recollection of a name spoken in passing. It was a small detail, easily overlooked, but it sparked a fire within me, a determination to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Armed with this newfound revelation, I delved deeper into the mystery, leaving no stone unturned in my quest for answers. And as I pieced together the fragments of the puzzle, I began to unravel the truth behind the enigmatic woman who had haunted my dreams and captivated my imagination. In the end, I discovered that she was neither ghost nor figment of my imagination, but a living, breathing woman with a story of her own to tell. For her presence at the dinner party had been no coincidence, but a deliberate act of fate, a chance encounter that would change the course of our lives forever. And though the memory of that fateful evening would forever linger in the recesses of my mind, I found solace in the knowledge that sometimes the most profound mysteries of life are meant to remain unsolved, their true meaning known only to those who dare to seek it. Story 16. Beneath the bustling streets of the city, where the rumble of trains and the hum of urban life echoed through the tunnels, lay a forgotten world, a world of shadows and secrets, hidden away from the prying eyes of the surface dwellers. It was here, in the depths of the abandoned subway system, that I stumbled upon the underground library, a place of wonder and mystery that would forever change the course of my life. The discovery was accidental, a chance encounter born of curiosity and a restless spirit. As an avid explorer, I had always been drawn to the hidden corners of the city, the forgotten spaces where time seemed to stand still. And so when rumors began to circulate among the urban explorer community about a lost subway station turned into a library, I knew I had to see it for myself. Navigating through dark, labyrinthine tunnels and dodging the detritus of years gone by, I finally reached the entrance to the fabled underground library. The sight that greeted me took my breath away, a vast cavern filled with row upon row of bookshelves, their contents illuminated by the soft glow of flickering torches. Books of every shape and size lined the shelves, their spines cracked and weathered with age. Some dated back centuries, their pages yellowed and fragile with the passage of time. Others were more recent additions, their glossy covers a stark contrast to the ancient tomes that surrounded them. It was a historian's dream come true, a treasure trove of knowledge thought lost to time, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to venture into the depths of the earth. With trembling hands, I reached out to pluck a book from the nearest shelf, my heart racing with excitement and anticipation. But as I turned the pages and immersed myself in the words of long-dead authors and forgotten scholars, a sense of unease began to gnaw at the edges of my consciousness. It was as if the very air itself held a palpable tension, a silent warning of the dangers that lurked within the hallowed halls of the underground library. And then I saw them, the caretakers who roamed the aisles with silent, ghostly footsteps, their eyes hollow and their whispers like leaves rustling in the wind. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their forms flickering in and out of existence like specters from a bygone era. At first, I dismissed them as figments of my imagination, a trick of the light or a product of my overactive imagination. But as they drew closer, their presence became impossible to ignore, their eyes boring into mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to speak to them, to ask who they were and why they haunted the halls of the underground library. But their voices were but whispers on the wind, their words lost to the echoes of the past. It was then that I realized the truth. The underground library was never truly abandoned. It was a sanctuary for knowledge hidden away from the prying eyes of the world above, guarded by caretakers who had sworn to protect its secrets at all costs. But as I delved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the library, I began to understand the true nature of its inhabitants. They were not guardians of knowledge, but prisoners of it, trapped within the confines of the underground library for eternity, their souls bound to its hallowed halls by the weight of forbidden truths. And as I stumbled upon ancient tomes filled with arcane knowledge and dark magics, I realized the true horror of the situation. Some truths are buried for a reason, and unearthing them can lead to consequences far worse than death. I tried to flee, to escape the clutches of the underground library and its spectral caretakers. But the deeper I delved, the tighter their grip became, their whispers of warning echoing in my ears like a curse. In the end, I was forced to confront the consequences of my curiosity, the realization that some knowledge is best left buried, its secrets guarded by the shadows and the silence of the underground. And as I made my escape from the depths of the earth, I vowed never to return, haunted by the memories of the horrors that lurked within the darkness of the underground library. The journey into the depths of the underground library had begun as a quest for knowledge, a thirst for the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. But as I wandered the dimly lit corridors and lost myself in the words of forgotten manuscripts, I soon realized that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I had ever imagined. The caretakers, with their hollow eyes and spectral forms, seemed to watch my every move with a silent vigilance that sent shivers down my spine. It was as if they were guardians of some dark secret, sworn to protect the forbidden knowledge that lay hidden within the library's hallowed halls. And yet, despite their warnings and whispered admonitions, I could not tear myself away from the allure of the ancient tomes that lined the shelves. Each book held the promise of untold truths, of revelations that could reshape the very fabric of reality itself. But with each page I turned and each secret I uncovered, the shadows that lurked within the underground library grew darker and more menacing. It was as if the very air itself was tainted with the weight of centuries-old sins, a palpable malevolence that threatened to consume me whole. And then, in the darkest depths of the library, I stumbled upon a book unlike any other, a tome bound in black leather and sealed with ancient sigils of power. Its pages pulsed with the dark energy that seemed to call out to me, beckoning me to unlock its secrets and unleash the forces that lay dormant within. With trembling hands, I reached out to grasp the book, my heart pounding in my chest as I dared to defy the warnings of the caretakers and delve deeper into the forbidden knowledge that lay within its pages. But as I opened the book and began to read the words inscribed upon its ancient parchment, a sense of dread washed over me like a tidal wave, drowning me in a sea of fear and despair. For in that moment, I realized the true horror of the underground library, not in its ghostly inhabitants or its hidden truths, but in the knowledge that some doors are better left unopened, and some secrets are best left buried in the darkness where they belong. Story 17. Mirrors have always held a certain fascination for me, an inexplicable allure that draws me in, compelling me to gaze into their reflective surfaces and ponder the mysteries that lie beyond. There's something inherently intriguing about the idea that an alternate version of ourselves exists on the other side, a doppelganger, a shadow self lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. It was this fascination that led me down a path of obsession, a journey into the depths of my own reflection, where the line between reality and illusion blurred like the shifting sands of a desert dune. At first it was subtle, a trick of the light, a fleeting glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but as time went on, the signs became impossible to ignore. I first noticed it one quiet evening as I stood before the mirror, lost in thought. My reflection stared back at me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine, its eyes mirroring my own with uncanny precision. But then, something changed. A subtle shift in movement, a delay, almost imperceptible at first, before my reflection began to mimic my actions with a slight lag. I blinked, startled by the strange occurrence, but dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a momentary lapse in perception brought on by fatigue or stress. Yet, as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the phenomenon only grew more pronounced, until it became impossible to ignore. I watched in horror as my reflection began to act independently, its movements no longer mirroring my own but taking on a life of their own. It was as if there were someone or something trapped behind the glass, pulling the strings of my reflection like a puppeteer orchestrating a macabre dance. At first I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that I was imagining things, that there was a logical explanation for the strange occurrences. But deep down I knew the truth. Whatever lived in the mirror wasn't me but something else, something sinister that knew me better than I knew myself. The horror of the situation began to consume me, casting a shadow over every aspect of my life. I avoided mirrors whenever possible, unable to bear the sight of my own reflection staring back at me with its empty, soulless eyes. But try as I might to escape its gaze, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, that it was biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And then, one fateful night, I saw my reflection, conversing with someone off reflection, its lips moving in silent conversation as its eyes bore into mine with a malevolence that sent a chill down my spine. It was plotting, scheming, plotting with a cunning and a malevolence that suggested it wanted out, wanted to trade places with me and escape into the world beyond the glass. I was paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot as I watched the scene unfold before me. It was as if I were trapped in a nightmare, a waking dream from which there was no escape. And then, in a sudden burst of clarity, I realized what I had to do. With trembling hands, I reached out to the mirror, my fingers trembling as they made contact with the cool, smooth surface. With a strength born of desperation, I pushed against the glass, willing it to shatter, to free me from the nightmare that had consumed my life. But instead of breaking, the mirror rippled like water, its surface warping and distorting before my eyes. And then, with a deafening crack, it shattered into a million pieces, sending shards of glass flying in every direction. I stumbled back, shielding my face from the onslaught of shattered glass, my heart pounding in my chest as I watched the fragments of the mirror fall to the ground in a cascade of sparkling light. And then, as the dust settled and the echoes of the shattered glass faded into silence, I saw out the reflection of a face that was not my own, staring back at me with eyes that gleamed with a twisted sense of triumph. It was me, or rather it was the other me, the sinister doppelganger that had haunted my every waking moment, lurking just beneath the surface of the mirror, waiting for its chance to break free. With a sense of dread that chilled me to the bone, I realized that I had unleashed something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined, a dark reflection of myself that would stop at nothing to take my place in the world beyond the glass. And as I stood there paralyzed with fear, I knew that the horror was far from over, that the nightmare had only just begun. Story 18. In the dimly lit confines of my attic, amidst forgotten relics of years gone by, I stumbled upon a forgotten treasure, an old, dust-covered radio. Its wooden casing bore the marks of age, its dials worn and faded with time. Yet, despite its weathered appearance, there was a certain charm to the vintage device, a whisper of nostalgia that tugged at the corners of my soul. I brushed away the layers of dust that obscured its surface, revealing the intricate craftsmanship beneath. With trembling hands, I turned the dial, half expecting to hear nothing but static. But to my surprise, the radio crackled to life with a burst of static, followed by the faint strains of music, a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the ages. I listened in awe as the dulcet tones of a bygone era filled the room, transporting me back in time to a simpler age, a time before the world was torn apart by war and strife. The music was soothing, a balm for the soul in the midst of the chaos and uncertainty of the present day. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the music was interrupted by a series of news bulletins, reports from World War II, detailing the horrors of battle and the sacrifices of those who fought and died on distant shores. I shivered, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as I listened to the grim dispatches from the front lines. It was as if the radio were a portal to another time, a window into the past that had been thrust open by some unseen force. As the night wore on, the broadcast grew more personal, mentioning me by name and predicting events in my life with eerie accuracy. It was as if the radio were tuned into my very thoughts, plucking secrets from the depths of my subconscious and broadcasting them to the world. At first, I was intrigued, a willing participant in this strange dance of fate. But as the broadcast grew more ominous, their predictions growing increasingly grim with each passing day, my fascination turned to fear. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was nothing more than a coincidence, a trick of the mind brought on by stress or fatigue. But deep down, I knew the truth. The radio was not receiving transmissions from the past, but broadcasting my future, a future that grew darker and more uncertain with each passing moment. I tried to ignore it, to drown out the voices of doom and despair that emanated from the radio's crackling speakers. But no matter how hard I tried to shut it out, the broadcasts continued, their words echoing through the halls of my mind like a relentless drumbeat. And then, one fateful night, the radio spoke of a tragedy, a terrible accident that would claim the life of someone dear to me. I listened in horror as the details unfolded, each word driving home the inevitability of the event. With a sense of desperation born of fear, I reached out to the radio, my hands trembling as I tried to silence the voices that haunted me. But no matter how hard I tried, the broadcasts continued, their predictions growing more dire with each passing moment. In a moment of desperation, I made a decision, one that would change the course of my life forever. With a sense of determination that bordered on madness, I smashed the radio to pieces, its wooden casing splintering beneath the force of my blows. But even as the shards of glass and wood rained down around me, the voices continued, their words echoing in my ears like a sinister refrain. And as I stood amidst the wreckage of the old radio, I knew that the horror was far from over, that the future it had foretold was inevitable, a fate from which there was no escape. The shattered remnants of the old radio lay strewn across the attic floor, a silent testament to the horrors that had unfolded within its wooden casing. But even as I surveyed the wreckage, a sense of unease gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, a lingering fear that the radio's influence was far from over. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by the memory of the broadcasts, their words echoing in the recesses of my mind like a dark prophecy. I tried to dismiss them as mere figments of my imagination, the product of a troubled mind grappling with the unknown. But deep down, I knew that they were all too real, that the radio had tapped into something far beyond the realm of human understanding. With each passing day, the predictions grew more ominous, their accuracy chilling in its precision. It was as if the radio had unlocked some hidden power within me, a gift or perhaps a curse that allowed me to see glimpses of the future with frightening clarity. I tried to warn those closest to me, to convince them of the impending danger that lurked on the horizon. But their words fell on deaf ears, dismissed as the ramblings of a madman lost in his own delusions. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the radio's predictions began to come true. It started small, a chance encounter with an old friend, a fleeting moment of déjà vu, but soon escalated into something far more sinister. I watched in horror as events unfolded exactly as the radio had foretold, each twist and turn of fate playing out with eerie accuracy. It was as if the future had become a prison from which there was no escape, its walls closing in around me with each passing moment. Desperate for answers, I returned to the attic, hoping to find some clue as to the radio's origins and purpose. But all I found were the shattered remains of the old device, its secrets lost to the ages. Story 19. The quaint little town of Ridgemont was renowned for its vibrant art scene, boasting a plethora of talented painters, sculptors, and craftsmen. Among them, there was one artist whose work stood out above the rest, a man known simply as Gabriel. Gabriel's portraits were said to possess an otherworldly quality, capturing not just the physical likeness of his subjects, but the very essence of their souls. His studio, tucked away in a secluded corner of town, was a haven for those seeking to immortalize themselves in paint and canvas. It was on a crisp autumn morning that I first ventured into Gabriel's studio, drawn by the allure of his reputation and the promise of a portrait that would stand the test of time. The artist greeted me with a warm smile, his eyes alight with a glimmer of anticipation as he ushered me into his studio. As I settled into the comfortable chair before his easel, I couldn't shake the feeling that Gabriel's gaze seemed to pierce straight through me, as if he were searching for something hidden deep within the recesses of my soul. The hours passed in a blur as Gabriel worked his magic, his brush strokes fluid and precise as he captured my likeness with an uncanny accuracy. But there was something unnerving about the way he studied me, his eyes never leaving mine as he meticulously rendered every line and contour of my face. It was a relief when the session finally came to an end, and Gabriel stepped back to admire his handiwork. With a flourish, he unveiled the finished portrait, a striking likeness of myself, rendered in exquisite detail. But as I gazed upon the painting, a chill ran down my spine. It was me undeniably, but there was something off about it, something that sent a shiver of unease coursing through my veins. The portrait captured not just my physical appearance, but the very essence of my being, a version of myself that carried an air of sorrow and malevolence I couldn't recognize. It was as if Gabriel had peered into the darkest corners of my soul and brought forth a version of myself that I had never known existed. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the painting held some kind of power over me, a strange magnetism that drew me to it like a moth to a flame. I found myself spending hours in front of the portrait, studying its every brush stroke and contour, searching for some clue as to its true nature. But the more I looked, the more I began to notice changes in myself, subtle shifts in my moods and thoughts that mirrored those of the twisted figure in the painting. It was as if the portrait were exerting some kind of influence over me, warping my very essence to match its own dark reflection. I tried to resist its pull, to distance myself from the painting and its sinister influence. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was losing myself, slipping further and further into the shadowy depths of the version of myself that Gabriel had captured on canvas. In a moment of desperation, I returned to Gabriel's studio, hoping to confront him about the strange power of the portrait. But when I arrived, the studio was empty, its walls bare save for the haunting visage of the painting that now seemed to loom over me with a malevolence that sent a shiver down my spine. And then, in a sudden burst of clarity, I realized the horrifying truth: Gabriel hadn't captured my likeness at all. He had captured my soul, trapping it within the twisted confines of the portrait for all eternity. With a sense of dread that chilled me to the bone, I knew that I had to destroy the painting, to break free from its grasp before it consumed me completely. But as I raised a trembling hand to strike, I hesitated, the eyes of the figure in the painting boring into mine with a chilling intensity. In the end, I was left with no choice but to flee, to leave the painting behind and escape from the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. But even as I left Gabriel's studio behind, I knew that the horror of the portrait would haunt me for the rest of my days, a twisted reminder of the true power of art to shape not just our perceptions, but our very souls. As days turned into weeks, the influence of the portrait grew stronger, its hold over me tightening like a vice. I found myself consumed by a sense of unease, as if I were being watched from the depths of the canvas, the eyes of the figure following my every move with a malevolent gaze. I began to notice changes in myself, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced with each passing day. My moods became darker, my thoughts more twisted, as if I were slowly succumbing to the influence of the painting's sinister aura. I tried to resist, to fight against the pull of the portrait and reclaim my sense of self. But it was like trying to swim against a powerful current, the forces of darkness dragging me down into the depths of despair. I sought solace in the company of others, hoping that their presence might offer some respite from the torment of the painting's influence. But no matter how hard I tried to hide my inner turmoil, I could see the concern in their eyes, the fear that I was slipping away, losing myself to the darkness that lurked within. And then, one fateful night, as I lay alone in the darkness of my room, I heard a voice, a whisper, soft and insidious, that seemed to emanate from the depths of the painting itself. It spoke of things long forgotten, of secrets buried beneath the surface of reality, waiting to be unearthed by those willing to embrace the darkness. It promised power and knowledge beyond my wildest dreams, if only I would submit to its will and embrace the darkness within. For a moment I hesitated, the allure of the voice like a siren song, beckoning me to surrender to its seductive embrace. But then, with a surge of defiance, I pushed back, resisting the pull of the painting with all the strength I could muster. With a final, desperate cry, I tore myself away from the portrait, fleeing from its influence with a sense of determination that bordered on madness. And as I left the darkness of my room behind, I knew that the battle was far from over, that the true horror of the portrait lay not in its twisted reflection of my soul, but in the darkness that lurked within my own heart. But even as I vowed to resist its influence, a seed of doubt lingered in the depths of my mind, a nagging fear that, no matter how hard I tried to escape, the painting's hold over me would never truly be broken. And as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I could only pray that I would find the strength to overcome the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. Story 20. The first inkling that something was amiss came to me like a whisper, a fleeting moment of forgetfulness, dismissed as nothing more than a lapse in memory. I brushed it off with a laugh, chalking it up to the stress of a busy day and the demands of modern life. But as the days turned into weeks, the moments of forgetfulness grew more frequent, each one chipping away at the edges of my sanity like a relentless tide eroding the shore. I started forgetting small things at first, the location of my keys, the password to my email. Then it progressed to names, faces, and eventually entire days that seemed to vanish into the void without a trace. I sought answers from doctors and specialists, desperate for any glimmer of hope that would shed light on the darkness that had consumed my mind. But try as they might, they could find no medical reason for my amnesia, no tumor, no infection, nothing to explain the gradual erosion of my memories. I was adrift in a sea of uncertainty, a ship without a compass, lost in the labyrinth of my own mind. But then, just when I had all but given up hope, I stumbled upon a glimmer of light, a beacon in the darkness that promised answers to the questions that had plagued me for so long. It came in the form of others like me, strangers united by a common bond, each one grappling with the same inexplicable memory loss that had robbed us of our identities. We formed a support group of sorts, sharing our stories and our struggles in the hopes of finding some semblance of understanding in a world gone mad. And it was through this unlikely alliance that we stumbled upon a clue, a shared location that seemed to hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of our missing memories. It was a gallery, nestled in the heart of the city, its walls adorned with photographs that seemed to hold a strange power over those who gazed upon them. We traced our steps back to that fateful gallery, each of us drawn by an invisible force that seemed to pull us inexorably towards our shared destiny. And there, amidst the hushed whispers of the crowd and the soft click of cameras, we found what we had been searching for, a series of photographs, each one depicting moments from our lives that we no longer recalled. It was a chilling realization that someone or something was stealing our memories, feeding off them like a parasite devouring its host. And as we stood in silence, gazing upon the images that held the keys to our forgotten pasts, a sense of dread washed over us like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf us in its icy embrace. But even as the horror of our situation sank in, a spark of defiance flickered to life within us, a determination to reclaim what had been stolen from us, to confront the darkness that had plagued us for so long. Armed with nothing but our wits and our shared resolve, we vowed to uncover the truth behind the memory thief, to confront the entity that had robbed us of our identities and reclaim what was rightfully ours. And as we set out on our journey into the unknown, we knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty. But together, united in our quest for answers, we were prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead and emerge victorious on the other side. In the days that followed our discovery, the memory thief loomed large in our minds, casting a shadow of fear and uncertainty over our every thought and action. We found ourselves haunted by the images we had seen in the gallery, each photograph a painful reminder of the memories that had been stolen from us. We pored over the photographs with a sense of desperation, searching for any clue that might lead us closer to the truth. But the faces in the images remained strangers to us, their smiles and gestures mocking us from behind the glass. As we delved deeper into the mystery, we uncovered a web of secrets and lies that stretched back through the ages, weaving a tangled tapestry of deceit and betrayal. It seemed that the memory thief was not content to simply steal our memories. It sought to erase all traces of our existence from the fabric of reality itself. But even in the face of such overwhelming darkness, we refused to give up hope. Armed with nothing but our determination and our newfound camaraderie, we set out to confront the memory thief and put an end to its reign of terror once and for all. And as we stood before the gallery once more, ready to face whatever horrors lay within, we knew that our journey was far from over, that the true test of our resolve still lay ahead, waiting to be conquered by those brave enough to confront the darkness head-on. Story 21. The forest stretched out before me like a vast sea of green, its canopy of leaves blotting out the sky and casting a shadow over the forest floor. Every step I took seemed to sink deeper into the earth, the damp soil clinging to my boots like a vice. I had been wandering for what felt like hours, the dense undergrowth swallowing me whole as I struggled to find my way through the labyrinth of trees. With each passing moment, the sense of unease that had been gnawing at the edges of my consciousness grew stronger, a whisper of fear that danced on the edge of my thoughts. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I saw a decrepit cabin nestled amidst the trees like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Its wooden walls were weathered and worn, the windows shattered like eyes gazing into the abyss. As I approached the cabin, a sense of foreboding washed over me like a tidal wave, threatening to pull me under with its irresistible force. But despite the fear that gripped me, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something drawing me closer, a strange, inexplicable pull that tugged at the corners of my soul. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. The interior was dimly lit, the weak light filtering through the broken windows, casting long shadows across the floor. And then, just as I was about to turn and flee, I heard the faint sound of laughter echoing from somewhere within the depths of the cabin. It was a haunting sound, filled with a sense of malice and mischief that sent a chill down my spine. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I followed the sound of laughter deeper into the cabin, my footsteps echoing against the wooden floorboards like a drumbeat in the darkness. And then at last I found myself standing before a door that seemed to pulse with a strange, otherworldly energy. With trembling hands, I pushed it open and stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. What I saw within was beyond anything I could have imagined, a room bathed in an eerie blue light, its walls adorned with strange symbols and sigils that seemed to writhe and twist before my eyes. In the center of the room stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its features obscured by darkness. As I approached, the figure turned to face me, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent light that sent a shiver down my spine. And then, with a voice like gravel scraping against stone, it spoke. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its words dripping with venom. "You have stumbled into my domain, a realm of darkness and despair. And now, you shall be my prisoner, forever bound to this cursed place." With a sense of horror that threatened to consume me whole, I realized the truth. The laughter echoing through the cabin had not come from some unseen specter, but from the very depths of the darkness itself. And as the shadows closed in around me, I knew that I was trapped, that I would never escape from the clutches of the cabin, or the malevolent force that lurked within its walls. The air in the cabin felt heavy, laden with the weight of centuries of darkness and despair. I could feel the oppressive presence of the unseen entity looming over me, its malevolent gaze boring into my soul like a dagger. With each passing moment, the sense of dread that gripped me tightened its hold, threatening to suffocate me with its icy embrace. I felt as though I were teetering on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss below with a mixture of fear and fascination. But even as the darkness threatened to consume me, a spark of defiance flickered to life within me, a determination to break free from the shackles of fear and reclaim my freedom. With a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, I squared my shoulders and faced the shadowy figure before me, my voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. "I will not be your prisoner," I declared, my words ringing out with a sense of conviction that surprised even me. "I will fight against the darkness, no matter the cost." The figure regarded me with a mixture of amusement and disdain, its lips curling into a sinister smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "Ah, but you have already lost," it said, its voice echoing through the room like the tolling of a funeral bell. "You are mine now, bound to this cursed place for all eternity." But I refused to be cowed by its words. With every fiber of my being, I pushed back against the darkness, summoning a reserve of strength that I never knew I possessed. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, I lunged forward, my hands outstretched towards the shadowy figure before me. With a cry of defiance, I reached out and grasped its form, my fingers closing around empty air. For a moment, there was silence, a deafening stillness that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then, with a sudden burst of light, the darkness receded, dissipating like mist in the morning sun. I stood alone in the center of the room, my heart pounding in my chest as I gazed around me in disbelief. The cabin was empty, the shadows that had once filled it with their malevolent presence now nothing more than a distant memory. With a sense of relief washing over me like a wave, I turned and fled from the cabin, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the forest like a triumphant anthem. As I emerged from the darkness and into the light of day, I knew that I had faced my greatest fear and emerged victorious. And though the memory of the cabin would haunt me for the rest of my days, I would carry with me the knowledge that I had conquered the darkness and emerged stronger for it. Story 22. The old photograph lay nestled among a pile of forgotten memories in the dusty confines of the attic, its faded edges curling with age. At first glance, it seemed innocent enough, a snapshot of a bygone era, a family picnic in the sun-dappled countryside. But as I studied the image, a sense of unease crept over me, a whisper of fear that danced on the edges of my consciousness. In the center of the photograph, amidst the smiling faces and cheery expressions, there was something lurking in the shadows, a figure obscured by darkness, its features twisted and contorted into an unnatural grimace. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a mere anomaly in an otherwise idyllic scene. But the longer I stared, the more convinced I became that there was something sinister lurking within the frame. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure in the photograph was watching me, its eyes boring into my soul with a malevolent intensity. And as the days passed, the sense of unease that had gripped me only grew stronger, a gnawing fear that threatened to consume me whole. And then, one fateful night, as I lay alone in the darkness of my room, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the house, drawing closer with each passing second. My heart raced in my chest as I listened, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as the footsteps followed the same path as in the photograph, growing louder and louder with each passing moment. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I knew that I had to investigate. I had to confront the darkness that lurked within the shadows before it was too late. With trembling hands, I crept out of bed and made my way down the creaking staircase, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating blanket. The air was thick with tension, every sound magnified in the silence of the night. And then, as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw a figure standing in the doorway, its features shrouded in darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, unable to tear my eyes away from the looming specter before me. For a moment there was silence, a deafening stillness that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the figure stepped forward into the dim light of the hallway, revealing its twisted visage to the world. I recoiled in horror as I gazed upon the face of the intruder, a grotesque parody of humanity, its features contorted into a grotesque mask of pain and suffering. It was the same figure that had haunted the photograph, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire that sent a shiver down my spine. With a sense of dread sinking like a stone in my stomach, I knew that I had to act. I had to confront the darkness that had invaded my home and banish it back to the shadows where it belonged. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I stepped forward to confront the intruder, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. And as I stood face to face with the darkness that had invaded my home, I knew that the battle for my soul had only just begun. The figure before me seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its presence filling the hallway with a sense of dread that threatened to choke the very air from my lungs. With each passing moment, the darkness seemed to press in around me, suffocating me with its oppressive weight. But even as fear threatened to overwhelm me, A spark of defiance flickered to life within me, a determination to confront the darkness head-on and reclaim my home from its sinister grip. With a trembling voice, I called out to the figure, demanding to know its purpose and why it had come to haunt me in the dead of night. But the figure remained silent, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire that sent a shiver down my spine. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, it lunged forward, its twisted form reaching out to grasp me in its icy embrace. With a cry of terror, I stumbled backward, my heart racing in my chest as I struggled to evade its clutches. But the darkness was relentless, its tendrils wrapping around me like a vice, dragging me further into its suffocating embrace. With every ounce of strength I possessed, I fought against its grip, clawing my way towards the faint glimmer of light that beckoned me from the end of the hallway. And then, just when it seemed that all hope was lost, I felt a surge of power coursing through my veins, a force unlike anything I had ever experienced before. With a primal roar, I pushed back against the darkness, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the figure reeling back in shock. For a moment, there was silence, a deafening stillness that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then, with a burst of light, the darkness receded, dissipating like smoke in the wind. I stood alone in the hallway, gasping for breath as I stared at the spot where the figure had once stood. The air was thick with tension, every nerve in my body on edge as I waited for the darkness to return. But as the moments stretched on, it became clear that the threat had passed, that the darkness had been banished back to the shadows where it belonged. With a sense of relief washing over me like a wave, I collapsed to the floor, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, leaving me trembling and exhausted. As I lay there in the darkness, I knew that the battle was far from over, that the darkness would always linger on the edges of my consciousness, waiting for the opportunity to strike once more. But with a newfound sense of courage burning within me, I was ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead, knowing that I would never again be consumed by the darkness that had once threatened to consume me whole. Story 23. The abandoned mansion stood like a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, its crumbling walls and shattered windows a testament to the passage of time. For years, it had loomed over the landscape like a forgotten relic of a bygone era, its secrets hidden behind locked doors and boarded-up windows. But on that fateful night, a group of friends had gathered to explore its haunted halls, drawn by rumors of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena. Among them was myself, eager to prove my bravery in the face of the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows lengthened across the landscape, we gathered in the grand foyer of the mansion, our hearts pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the musty odor of age clinging to every surface like a shroud. With a nervous laugh, we divided into teams, each one tasked with exploring a different wing of the mansion in search of hidden treasures and forgotten secrets. I found myself paired with my closest friends, our laughter echoing through the empty halls as we set off in search of adventure. At first, the game proceeded as planned, a harmless diversion to pass the time on a dreary evening. But as the shadows deepened and the night grew colder, a sense of unease began to settle over me like a heavy blanket. It started with small things, a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, a creaking floorboard that seemed to echo through the empty halls. I brushed it off as nothing more than my imagination running wild, but the feeling of being watched persisted, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness like a hungry beast. And then, as we delved deeper into the bowels of the mansion, I realized with a sinking heart that I was no longer alone. Someone or something was playing along with our game, hiding in the darkness with eyes that glinted like shards of glass. With a sense of mounting dread, I called out to my friends, warning them of the presence that lurked in the shadows. But they dismissed my fears with nervous laughter, chalking it up to the overactive imagination of a frightened child. Determined to prove them wrong, I pressed on, my senses on high alert as I searched every nook and cranny of the mansion for signs of the mysterious intruder. But no matter where I looked, I found nothing but empty rooms and echoing hallways, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating cloak. And then, just when it seemed that all hope was lost, I saw a flicker of movement in the darkness, a shadowy figure darting between the pillars of the grand staircase. With a cry of alarm, I gave chase, my heart pounding in my chest as I pursued the elusive intruder through the labyrinthine corridors of the mansion. But try as I might, I could not catch my quarry, the figure slipping through my fingers like smoke in the wind. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone in the empty halls with nothing but my fear for company. As I stood there, gasping for breath and trembling with adrenaline, I knew that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than a simple game of hide and seek. There was something lurking in the shadows of the abandoned mansion, something ancient and malevolent that hungered for more than just our laughter and screams. With a sense of dread settling over me like a shroud, I knew that the night was far from over, that the true horror of the mansion had yet to reveal itself. And as I prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead, I could only pray that I would emerge from its clutches unscathed, my sanity intact and my soul unbroken. Story 24. The antique mirror had always been a source of unease for me, its presence looming over the hallway like a silent sentinel. Its surface was warped and twisted, like a funhouse reflection gone awry, distorting the images that gazed back at me with a sense of malevolent curiosity. Despite my best efforts to avoid it, I found my gaze drawn to the mirror time and time again, unable to shake the feeling that there was something lurking within its depths, something dark and sinister that watched my every move with a sense of malicious intent. But it wasn't until one fateful night that my fears were confirmed, that the true horror of the mirror was revealed to me in all its twisted glory. As I passed by the mirror, a chill ran down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as I felt a presence looming behind me. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I turned to face the mirror, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. And then, to my horror, I saw a figure standing behind me, its reflection grinning with malice as it reached out with spectral hands, its fingers stretching towards me with a hunger that sent a shiver down my spine. With a cry of terror, I stumbled backward, my heart racing in my chest as I struggled to make sense of the nightmarish scene unfolding before me. But no matter how hard I tried to tear my eyes away, I found myself drawn back to the mirror, unable to break free from its sinister gaze. In desperation, I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, my fingers trembling as they made contact with the cold, unyielding glass. But to my surprise, the surface of the mirror rippled like water, distorting the image of the figure standing behind me until it vanished into the darkness. For a moment, there was silence, a deafening stillness that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the figure reappeared, its reflection grinning with malice as it reached out towards me once more. With a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, I turned and fled from the hallway, the echoes of my footsteps ringing in my ears as I raced towards the safety of my room. But no matter how fast I ran, I could still feel the presence of the figure looming behind me, its laughter echoing through the empty halls like a sinister melody. As I reached the sanctuary of my room and slammed the door shut behind me, I knew that the mirror's twisted reflection would haunt my dreams for nights to come. And as I lay there in the darkness, trembling with fear and uncertainty, I couldn't shake the feeling that the true horror of the mirror had yet to reveal itself, that the figure lurking within its depths was just the beginning of something far more sinister and malevolent. The events of that night left me shaken to my core, my mind reeling with a sense of disbelief and horror that I couldn't shake. As I lay in bed, my thoughts raced a mile a minute, each moment replaying in my mind like a nightmare I couldn't escape. I tried to convince myself that what I had seen in the mirror was nothing more than a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination brought on by the late hour, my overactive mind. But deep down, I knew that it was real, that there was something lurking within the depths of that antique mirror, something dark and malevolent that hungered for my soul. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the mirror's twisted reflection, to confront the darkness that lurked within its depths and banish it back to the shadows where it belonged. The following day, I returned to the hallway where the mirror stood, my heart pounding in my chest as I approached its warped surface. With trembling hands, I reached out and touched the glass, half expecting it to ripple like water beneath my fingertips. But to my surprise, the surface of the mirror remained still, its twisted reflection staring back at me with an eerie sense of familiarity. With a sense of trepidation, I peered into its depths, searching for any sign of the figure that had haunted my dreams the night before. And then, just as I was about to turn away in defeat, I saw a flicker of movement in the darkness, a shadowy figure darting between the pillars of the grand staircase. With a sense of determination coursing through my veins, I gave chase, my heart pounding in my chest as I pursued the elusive intruder through the labyrinthine corridors of the mansion. But try as I might, I could not catch my quarry, the figure slipping through my fingers like smoke in the wind. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone in the empty halls with nothing but my fear for company. As I stood there, gasping for breath and trembling with adrenaline, I knew that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than a simple game of hide and seek. There was something lurking in the shadows of the abandoned mansion, something ancient and malevolent that hungered for more than just our laughter and screams. With a sense of dread settling over me like a shroud, I knew that the night was far from over, that the true horror of the mansion had yet to reveal itself. And as I prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead, I could only pray that I would emerge from its clutches unscathed, my sanity intact and my soul unbroken. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a quaint little town nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an old well at the edge of the village. This well, weathered by time and whispered about in hushed tones, was said to hold secrets darker than the depths of its waters. Legends whispered through the alleys and cobbled streets, tales spun by elders and passed down through generations, warned of the well's ominous presence. The townsfolk, though they relied on the well for their water needs, approached it with a mixture of fear and reverence. They avoided it after dark, believing that the shadows cast by the moon danced with malevolent spirits, lurking in the unseen depths below. Among the villagers, there was a young girl named Alara, whose curiosity often led her to the edges of the unknown. She was drawn to the mysteries that shrouded the old well, despite the warnings of her elders. With eyes as bright as the stars and a heart brimming with courage, she embarked on a journey to unravel the secrets held within the well's murky depths. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Alara stood before the well, her heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. The air was thick with anticipation, and a chill wind whispered through the trees, sending shivers down her spine. Gathering her courage, Alara approached the well, the ancient stones cool beneath her fingertips. Peering into the abyss, she saw her own reflection staring back at her, distorted by the rippling surface of the water. But as the last rays of sunlight faded into darkness, something stirred within the depths below. Faces began to materialize in the murky waters, twisted in agony and despair. They reached out to her with spectral hands, their eyes pleading for release from their watery prison. Alara gasped in horror, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the whispering wind. The faces remained silent, their expressions frozen in eternal torment. But their eyes spoke volumes, filled with a sorrow that tugged at Alara's heartstrings. Determined to uncover the truth, Alara resolved to delve deeper into the mystery of the well. With each passing day, she returned to its edge, studying its ancient stones and listening to the whispers carried on the wind. One moonlit night, as the village slept and the stars painted patterns across the sky, Alara descended into the well, her lantern casting flickering shadows against the walls. The air grew colder with each step she took, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the darkness. As she reached the bottom, Alara found herself standing in a cavernous chamber, its walls slick with moisture and adorned with strange symbols. In the center of the chamber lay a stone altar, upon which rested an ancient tome bound in cracked leather. With trembling hands, Alara opened the tome and began to read its faded pages. It spoke of a time long forgotten, when the well was not a source of fear, but a gateway to a realm beyond mortal comprehension. The faces she had seen were spirits trapped between worlds, their anguish fueling the dark magic that permeated the well's waters. Determined to break the curse and free the trapped souls, Alara embarked on a quest to gather the ingredients needed for a powerful ritual. With the help of a wise old sage and the guidance of the spirits themselves, she ventured into the deepest reaches of the forest, braving dangers both mundane and supernatural. At last, the night of the ritual arrived, and Alara stood before the well once more, the ancient tome clutched tightly in her hands. With a voice filled with determination, she spoke the words of power, weaving her magic into the fabric of reality itself. As the final incantation echoed through the chamber, a blinding light filled the well, banishing the darkness and purifying its waters. The spirits, freed from their watery prison, ascended to the heavens with cries of joy and gratitude, their faces finally at peace. And as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Alara knew that she had succeeded in her quest. The well, once a symbol of fear and despair, had become a beacon of hope and renewal for the village and its people. From that day forth, the well was revered as a sacred place, its waters blessed with the magic of Alara's courage and compassion. And though the memory of the faces that once haunted its depths lingered in the minds of the villagers, they were no longer feared, but remembered as a testament to the power of love and the indomitable spirit of humanity. Story 26. In a town where whispers were as common as the wind, there stood an abandoned asylum atop a desolate hill, its crumbling facade a haunting reminder of bygone horrors. The asylum was a place of nightmares, its walls echoing with the tortured screams of the forgotten souls locked within. It was said that the spirits of the asylum's former occupants still lingered within its decaying halls, their restless souls haunting the living with their anguished cries. Among the brave or perhaps foolhardy souls who dared to venture into the asylum's depths was a young man named Ethan. Drawn by a morbid curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth behind the asylum's dark past, Ethan embarked on a journey into the heart of darkness. As he stepped through the asylum's rusted gates, a chill wind greeted him, carrying with it the faint scent of decay and despair. The air hung heavy with silence, broken only by the occasional creak of floorboards and the distant howl of the wind. With each step he took, Ethan felt the weight of the asylum's history pressing down upon him, suffocating him with its oppressive presence. The walls seemed to close in around him, their peeling paint and cracked plaster a testament to the passage of time and the decay of sanity. But as Ethan explored the asylum's crumbling halls, he felt a presence watching him, its cold breath sending shivers down his spine. Shadows danced in the corners of his vision, and the sound of whispered voices echoed through the empty corridors. Determined to uncover the truth, Ethan pressed on, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. He searched every room, every corner, every darkened alcove, desperate to find answers amidst the chaos and despair. And then, in the depths of the asylum's darkest recesses, he found a hidden chamber concealed behind a crumbling wall. Within its confines lay a collection of journals, their pages yellowed with age and stained with the tears of the forgotten. As Ethan read through the journals, he pieced together the tragic tale of the asylum's past, a story of cruelty and neglect, of pain and suffering inflicted upon those deemed too broken to be a part of society. The tortured souls trapped within its walls cried out for justice, their voices a haunting chorus of anguish and despair. But as Ethan turned the final page, a cold wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing his lantern and plunging him into darkness. A voice whispered in his ear, its words laden with sorrow and regret. "You cannot change the past," the voice murmured, "but you can bring light to the shadows and peace to the restless souls who dwell within." With renewed determination, Ethan vowed to honor the memories of those who had suffered within the asylum's walls. He returned to the town below, carrying with him the journals and the stories they held, determined to ensure that the horrors of the past were never forgotten. And though the asylum remained abandoned atop its desolate hill, its walls echoing with the ghosts of the past, Ethan's actions brought a glimmer of hope to the darkness. For in the telling of their stories, the forgotten souls found a measure of peace, their voices no longer silenced by the passage of time. The night was thick with the chill of autumn as Ethan approached the asylum, its silhouette looming ominously against the backdrop of the moonlit sky. The wind whispered through the barren trees, carrying with it the distant sound of echoing screams that seemed to reverberate from the very walls of the abandoned building. With each step, Ethan's heart hammered in his chest, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation coursing through his veins. He knew that he was about to confront the darkest corners of human suffering, to delve into a world where the line between reality and nightmare blurred into obscurity. As he pushed open the asylum's creaking doors, a wave of musty air washed over him, carrying the scent of decay and despair. Shadows danced in the flickering light of his lantern, casting twisted shapes upon the cracked linoleum floor. With each room he explored, Ethan felt the weight of the asylum's history pressing down upon him, suffocating him with its oppressive presence. He could almost hear the whispered prayers of the forgotten souls, their pleas for mercy echoing through the empty corridors. And then, in the darkest depths of the asylum's labyrinthine halls, Ethan found a hidden chamber concealed behind a crumbling wall. Within its confines lay a collection of journals, their pages yellowed with age and stained with the tears of the forgotten. As Ethan read through the journals, he pieced together the tragic tale of the asylum's past, a story of cruelty and neglect, of pain and suffering inflicted upon those deemed too broken to be a part of society. The tortured souls trapped within its walls cried out for justice, their voices a haunting chorus of anguish and despair. But as Ethan turned the final page, a cold wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing his lantern and plunging him into darkness. A voice whispered in his ear, its words laden with sorrow and regret. "You cannot change the past," the voice murmured, "but you can bring light to the shadows and peace to the restless souls who dwell within." With renewed determination, Ethan vowed to honor the memories of those who had suffered within the asylum's walls. He returned to the town below, carrying with him the journals and the stories they held, determined to ensure that the horrors of the past were never forgotten. And though the asylum remained abandoned atop its desolate hill, its walls echoing with the ghosts of the past, Ethan's actions brought a glimmer of hope to the darkness. For in the telling of their stories, the forgotten souls found a measure of peace, their voices no longer silenced by the passage of time. Story 27. In the dusty confines of the attic, where forgotten treasures lay hidden beneath layers of cobwebs and memories, I stumbled upon a relic of a bygone era, a doll. its porcelain face cracked and weathered, its faded dress a testament to the passage of time. At first glance, it seemed harmless enough, a forgotten toy lost amidst the detritus of years gone by. But as I held the doll in my hands, a chill ran down my spine, as if an unseen presence lingered just beyond the edges of my awareness. Ignoring the unease that gnawed at the edges of my mind, I brushed aside the cobwebs and carried the doll downstairs, intending to add it to my collection of curiosities. As the days turned into weeks, I began to notice strange occurrences within the confines of my home. Objects would go missing, only to reappear in odd places hours later. Strange noises echoed through the halls at night, whispers carried on the wind that seemed to emanate from the darkest corners of the house. And then one fateful night, as I lay in bed bathed in the pale glow of the moon, I heard the whispering. At first it was little more than a faint murmur, barely audible over the gentle rustling of the wind outside. But as the minutes stretched into hours, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until it felt as if the voice was right beside me, its breath hot against my ear. Terrified, I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The room was bathed in darkness, the shadows dancing in the flickering light of the moon. And there, in the corner of the room, I saw the doll, its porcelain face illuminated by the pale moonlight, its eyes fixed upon me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. With trembling hands, I reached for the lamp beside my bed, fumbling for the switch in the darkness. But as the light flooded the room, the doll was gone, vanished into thin air, as if it had never been there at all. Shaken to the core, I resolved to rid myself of the cursed doll once and for all. But no matter how many times I tried to dispose of it, it would always find its way back to me, as if drawn by some unseen force beyond my comprehension. Desperate for answers, I delved into the history of the doll, scouring old newspapers and dusty archives for any mention of its origins. What I discovered chilled me to the bone. The doll had once belonged to a young girl who had met a tragic end, her spirit bound to the porcelain figure through a dark and sinister ritual. Determined to break the curse and free the tormented soul trapped within the doll, I sought out the help of a local medium, a woman rumored to possess the ability to communicate with the spirits of the dead. Together we performed a ritual to cleanse the doll of its malevolent energy, banishing the restless spirit to the afterlife once and for all. Despite our efforts, the doll remained a source of unease in the house. Its presence seemed to linger, a lingering echo of the dark energy that had once inhabited it. But as the days passed, the strange occurrences began to diminish, and a sense of peace settled over the once tormented home. Yet, even with the spirit banished, I couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered within the doll. Its cracked porcelain face seemed to hold secrets untold, and its glassy eyes seemed to follow me wherever I went, a silent reminder of the darkness that had once consumed it. Haunted by the memories of the doll's malevolent presence, I decided to take drastic action. With trembling hands, I gathered the cursed relic and ventured into the depths of the forest surrounding my home, determined to rid myself of its sinister influence once and for all. As I reached the heart of the forest, a sense of foreboding washed over me, the trees whispering secrets that I dared not comprehend. With a deep breath, I dug a shallow grave beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, burying the doll deep within the earth, hoping to sever its connection to the world of the living. But even as I covered the grave with soil, a sense of unease lingered, as if the forest itself recoiled at the presence of the cursed relic. And as I turned to leave, a voice echoed through the trees, a faint whisper carried on the wind, a voice that chilled me to the bone, the voice of the young girl whose spirit had once been bound to the doll. With a shiver, I fled from the forest, the echoes of the girl's voice haunting me long into the night. And though I knew that I had rid myself of the cursed doll, I couldn't shake the feeling that its influence would linger for years to come, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of our reality. Story 28. In the dimly lit library of an ancient manor, I stumbled upon a dusty journal hidden amidst a sea of forgotten tomes. Its leather-bound cover was weathered and worn, its pages yellowed with age. Curiosity piqued. I carefully opened the journal, its musty scent filling the air as I delved into the secrets held within its pages. The entries spoke of a creature that lurked in the shadows, its presence a whispered rumor passed down through generations. Descriptions of its form were vague and unsettling, a dark, shapeless mass that seemed to defy comprehension, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly hunger. As I read on, the hairs on the back of my neck began to prickle, a sense of unease settling over me like a heavy shroud. It was as if the words themselves held power, drawing me deeper into the dark and twisted tale woven within the pages of the journal. According to the entries, the creature was said to prowl the night, its thirst for blood insatiable, its victims chosen at random from the unsuspecting residents of the nearby village. Each attack was described in chilling detail, the screams of the victims echoing through the night as the creature fed on their life force, leaving behind nothing but empty husks drained of vitality. As I read on, I felt a chill run down my spine, as if an unseen presence lingered just beyond the edges of my awareness. Ignoring the unease that gnawed at the edges of my mind, I turned the pages, unable to tear myself away from the horrifying tale unfolding before me. And then, as if on cue, I felt a cold, clammy hand resting on my shoulder, its touch sending shivers down my spine. With a gasp, I whirled around, but there was nothing there, just the empty expanse of the dimly lit library. Heart pounding, I turned back to the journal, determined to uncover the truth behind the creature that haunted its pages. The entries grew more frantic as they chronicled the efforts of the villagers to rid themselves of the monstrous presence that stalked their streets. Exorcisms were performed, talismans crafted, but nothing seemed to deter the creature from its relentless hunt. It was as if it were toying with them, reveling in their fear and despair as it continued its reign of terror unabated. As I reached the final entry, a sense of dread washed over me, the words on the page like a death knell tolling in the darkness. The author spoke of a desperate plan, a final gambit to trap the creature once and for all and seal it away in the depths of the earth where it could do no harm. With trembling hands, I closed the journal, the weight of its revelations pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. The library seemed to close in around me, the shadows dancing in the flickering light of the sputtering candles. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, the darkness coalesced into a swirling mass of shadows, its form shifting and writhing as it loomed over me like a malevolent specter. I could feel its presence pressing in on me from all sides, its hunger palpable in the air. With a cry of terror, I fled from the library, the echoes of my footsteps ringing out in the empty corridors of the manor. But no matter how fast I ran, I could feel the creature's presence following close behind, its whispers echoing in the depths of my mind. Desperate for escape, I burst through the doors of the manor and into the cool night air, the moon casting long shadows across the overgrown grounds. But even as I ran, I could feel the creature's influence growing stronger, its dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in its grasp. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a circle of standing stones hidden amidst the tangled underbrush. With a surge of desperation, I hurled myself into the center of the circle, hoping against hope that the ancient stones would offer some form of protection against the creature's insidious influence. As I crouched in the center of the circle, gasping for breath, I felt a sudden shift in the air, a ripple of energy that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath my feet. And then, with a deafening roar, the creature materialized before me, its form twisted and grotesque in the moonlight. But before it could reach out and claim me as its next victim, The stones began to glow with an otherworldly light, their ancient power surging forth to repel the creature's advance. With a howl of rage, the creature was forced back, its form dissolving into the darkness as it retreated into the night. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I emerged from the circle of stones, shaken but alive. The creature may have been banished for now, but I knew that it would never truly be defeated, its hunger for blood a dark stain on the fabric of reality itself. And as I made my way back to the safety of the manor, the journal clutched tightly in my hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature's whispers still lingered in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike once again. Story 29. In the depths of the old manor's basement, hidden behind layers of dust and cobwebs, lay a room that had been boarded up for as long as anyone could remember. Rumors whispered of dark secrets that lurked within its confines, secrets that had been sealed away by generations past in a desperate attempt to contain the darkness that dwelled within. For years, the boarded-up room had remained untouched, its presence a constant reminder of the shadows that lingered just beyond the edges of reality. But as the new owner of the manor, I found myself drawn to the room, a curiosity burning within me to uncover the truth behind its mysterious contents. With trembling hands, I pried open the door, the wood groaning in protest as it gave way to reveal the darkness that lay beyond. As I stepped into the room, a chill ran down my spine, the air heavy with the weight of centuries-old secrets. The room itself was small and cramped, the walls lined with shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes and crumbling artifacts. But it was the centerpiece of the room that drew my attention, a makeshift shrine constructed of ancient stones and faded tapestries, its purpose shrouded in mystery. At the center of the shrine stood a statue, its form twisted and grotesque, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, its presence unsettling in its intensity. As I approached the shrine, a sense of unease washed over me, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. It was as if the statue itself was alive, its eyes following my every move with an unblinking stare. With a shudder, I stumbled backward, the weight of the darkness pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. But no matter how hard I tried to tear my gaze away, I found myself drawn back to the statue, its malevolent presence filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. As I stood there, frozen in fear, whispers began to echo through the darkness, a chorus of voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. They spoke of ancient rituals and forgotten gods, of sacrifices made in the name of power and glory. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I had stumbled upon something far darker than I could have ever imagined. The shrine was not just a relic of the past, it was a gateway to something ancient and malevolent, a force that had been sealed away for centuries but now hungered for release. With trembling hands, I reached out to touch the statue, its surface cold and unyielding beneath my fingertips. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, the room was plunged into darkness, the air thick with the stench of decay. In the darkness, I could feel something stirring, something ancient and powerful awakening from its slumber. And then, with a deafening roar, the statue came to life, its form twisting and contorting as it broke free from its stone prison. With a cry of terror, I turned to flee, but the door had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of stone. Trapped in the darkness with the creature, I could feel its malevolent gaze boring into me, its hunger insatiable, its thirst for blood unquenchable. But just as all hope seemed lost, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and revealing the true nature of the creature before me. It was not a god or a demon, but a prisoner, a victim of the very darkness that had consumed it. With a surge of courage, I reached out to the creature, offering it my hand in friendship. And as our hands met, a sense of peace washed over me, the darkness receding into the depths of the earth where it belonged. With the creature freed from its prison, I knew that my journey was far from over. But as I stepped out of the boarded-up room and into the light of day, I knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by shadows. Story 30. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, a thick fog began to roll in from the sea, blanketing the coastal town in a shroud of gray. It crept through the streets, swallowing everything in its path, obscuring buildings and trees alike in its misty embrace. For some, the fog brought a sense of unease, a feeling of being lost in a world turned upside down. But for me, it held a strange allure, drawing me deeper into its murky depths with each passing moment. With a sense of curiosity driving me forward, I ventured out into the fog, my footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath my feet. The air was heavy with moisture, the mist clinging to my skin like a cold, clammy embrace. But despite the chill that seeped into my bones, I pressed on, drawn by an unseen force that seemed to beckon me further into the fog. As I wandered through the misty streets, I heard voices calling out to me, their cries echoing through the darkness like whispers on the wind. At first they were little more than faint murmurs, barely audible over the gentle rustling of the fog-laden trees. But as I listened closer, I could hear the desperation in their tones, the longing and despair that seemed to hang heavy in the air. With each step I took, the voices grew louder, more insistent, until it felt as if they were surrounding me on all sides, their words echoing in the depths of my mind. They spoke of lost loves and broken dreams, of lives cut short and promises left unfulfilled. And as I listened, a sense of sadness washed over me, the weight of their sorrow threatening to pull me under. But despite the darkness that threatened to consume me, I pressed on, driven by a desire to uncover the source of the voices that haunted the fog. And then, as if guided by some unseen hand, I stumbled upon a clearing in the mist, a small patch of ground bathed in the pale light of the moon. At the center of the clearing stood a gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers toward the heavens above. And there, beneath its twisted canopy, I saw them, the spirits of the lost, their ethereal forms shimmering in the moonlight like ghosts of the past. With a gasp, I realized that I had stumbled upon a place of great significance, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin and fragile. And as the spirits turned their gaze upon me, I felt a chill run down my spine, their eyes filled with a longing that pierced straight to my soul. With trembling hands, I reached out to touch one of the spirits, my fingers passing through its translucent form like smoke on the wind. And as I did, I felt a surge of energy wash over me, a connection forming between myself and the world beyond. The spirits spoke to me then, their voices soft and melodic, their words carrying the weight of centuries of longing and despair. They told me of their plight, of their eternal search for peace in a world consumed by darkness. And as I listened, a sense of purpose welled up inside me, a determination to help them find the rest they so desperately sought. With the guidance of the spirits, I set out to uncover the truth behind their restless souls, delving into the history of the coastal town and the secrets that lay buried beneath its fog-shrouded streets. And as I unearthed the dark truths that had been hidden for so long, I realized that the fog was not just a natural phenomenon, but a manifestation of the town's own troubled past, a veil that had been drawn over its secrets to conceal them from prying eyes. But with each revelation, the fog began to thin, its grip on the town loosening as the spirits found solace in the truth at last. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I watched as the mist began to dissipate, the world emerging from its shadowy embrace like a butterfly from its cocoon. With a sense of peace settling over the town once more, I knew that my journey was at an end. The voices that had once haunted the fog were now silent, their restless souls finally finding the rest they so desperately craved. And as I turned to leave, a sense of gratitude welled up inside me, a feeling of having played a small part in the grand tapestry of life and death that wove its way through the world. Story 31. At the edge of town, where the streets gave way to sprawling fields and thickets of gnarled trees, stood an abandoned playground, a relic of a bygone era, now shrouded in darkness and decay. Its once vibrant colors had faded to a sickly gray, and the rusty swings creaked ominously in the wind, their chains groaning with the weight of neglect. Despite its dilapidated state, the playground held a strange allure, drawing me to its silent ruins with a sense of morbid fascination. As I stepped through the rusted gate and into its desolate confines, a chill ran down my spine, the air heavy with the weight of untold secrets. The playground was eerily silent, the only sound the whispering of the wind as it danced through the skeletal remains of forgotten toys and broken dreams. I wandered among the silent ruins, my footsteps echoing in the stillness like a death knell tolling in the darkness. And then, as if from the shadows themselves, I felt a presence watching me, a malevolent force that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel its gaze burning into me, its hatred palpable in the air as it followed my every move. With a sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my mind, I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the abandoned playground and the darkness that lurked within its silent ruins. As I explored further, I discovered clues scattered among the debris, broken toys and faded photographs, hinting at a past filled with pain and sorrow. It was said that the playground had once been a place of joy and laughter, a sanctuary for the children of the town to escape the troubles of the world. But as I delved deeper into its history, I uncovered a darker truth, a truth tainted by tragedy and loss. According to the whispers of the townsfolk, a series of mysterious disappearances had plagued the playground in years past, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and shattered lives. Children would vanish without a trace, their cries for help echoing through the night as the darkness claimed them as its own. As I pieced together the fragments of the playground's past, I began to feel a sense of dread creeping over me, a feeling that I was not alone in the abandoned ruins, that something sinister lurked just beyond the edges of my awareness. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, I saw a figure standing among the rusted swings, its form shrouded in darkness, its eyes burning with a hatred that sent shivers down my spine. With a cry of terror, I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to comprehend the horror before me. The figure seemed to emanate an aura of pure malevolence, its presence a stark reminder of the darkness that had claimed the playground as its own. As I stood there frozen in fear, the figure began to move, its movements jerky and unnatural as it lurched toward me with an unsettling grace. With each step it took, the air grew colder, the shadows closing in around me like a suffocating blanket. Desperate for escape, I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the silent ruins as I fled from the darkness that pursued me. But no matter how fast I ran, I could feel its presence looming behind me, its hatred burning like a beacon in the night. With each passing moment, the darkness grew stronger, its grip on reality tightening with each step I took. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a glimmer of light, a faint beacon of hope in the depths of the darkness. With a surge of determination, I pressed on, following the light as it led me through the silent ruins of the playground. And as I emerged from its shadowy embrace, I found myself standing at the edge of town once more, the darkness receding into the depths of the night as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. With a sense of relief washing over me, I turned back to look at the abandoned playground, its silent ruins standing as a testament to the darkness that had once consumed it. And though I knew that the shadows would always linger in the depths of the darkness, I also knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. With a sense of relief washing over me, I turned back to look at the abandoned playground, its silent ruins standing as a testament to the darkness that had once consumed it. And though I knew that the shadows would always linger in the depths of its silent ruins, I also knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness that had enveloped the abandoned playground was far from gone. It lingered in the air like a palpable presence, a reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within its silent ruins. Despite my fear, a sense of curiosity still burned within me, driving me back to the playground's edge day after day. I found myself drawn to its desolate confines, unable to resist the pull of the mysteries that lay hidden within its silent ruins. With each visit, I discovered more clues to the playground's dark past: broken toys, faded photographs, and whispered rumors that spoke of a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. It was as if the playground itself was alive, its twisted metal structures and crumbling slides serving as a grim reminder of the darkness that had once consumed it. But try as I might, I could never shake the feeling of being watched, of being hunted by something far more sinister than I could ever imagine. It was as if the darkness itself had taken on a life of its own, its malevolent gaze burning into me with every step I took. Despite the warnings of the townsfolk and the chill that ran down my spine with each visit, I couldn't bring myself to stay away. There was something about the abandoned playground that called to me, a sense of unfinished business that refused to be ignored. And so, with a sense of trepidation and determination, I continued to explore the playground's silent ruins, determined to uncover the truth behind its dark and twisted past. But with each new revelation, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was drawing closer to something far more sinister than I could ever imagine, a darkness that threatened to consume me whole. Story 32. Night after night, the shadowy presence haunted my dreams, its form a twisted amalgamation of darkness and despair. It seemed to follow me wherever I went, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. At first, I tried to ignore it, dismissing it as nothing more than a figment of my imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, I could no longer deny the reality of its existence. It was as if the shadow had taken on a life of its own, its form shifting and twisting like smoke in the wind. And as I lay awake at night, I could feel its gaze upon me, watching me from the darkness with eyes that burned with an otherworldly light. It was a presence unlike anything I had ever encountered before, its aura filled with a sense of ancient power and malevolence. Desperate for answers, I delved into the depths of ancient lore and forgotten myths, searching for any clue that might shed light on the nature of the shadow that haunted my dreams. But the more I learned, the more I realized that the truth was far darker and more sinister than I could have ever imagined. According to the ancient texts, the shadow was a creature of pure darkness, of being born from the depths of the abyss, its sole purpose to consume the souls of the living. It was said to feed on fear and despair, drawing strength from the suffering of its victims until nothing remained but empty husks devoid of life. Terrified by the implications of what I had discovered, I sought out the help of experts in the occult and the supernatural, hoping that they might offer some form of protection against the shadow's insidious influence. But no matter how many charms and incantations they tried, the shadow remained ever present, its presence a constant threat looming over me like a dark cloud. As the days passed, I began to feel the weight of the shadow's presence bearing down on me, its influence seeping into every aspect of my life. I could no longer sleep, for fear of what horrors awaited me in the darkness of my dreams. I could no longer go about my daily routine without the constant feeling of being watched, of being hunted by something far more powerful than I could ever hope to comprehend. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, a legend from a forgotten corner of the world, speaking of a ritual that could banish the shadow from the realm of the living once and for all. With a newfound sense of determination, I set out to uncover the truth behind the ancient ritual, traveling to the far reaches of the earth in search of the knowledge I needed to confront the shadow that haunted my dreams. Along the way, I encountered many obstacles and challenges, each one testing my resolve and pushing me to the brink of despair. But through it all, I never wavered, driven by a sense of purpose that burned like a flame in the darkness. And then, after months of tireless searching, I found it the key to banishing the shadow from my life forever. With trembling hands, I performed the ancient ritual, calling upon powers far beyond my comprehension to aid me in my quest. As the final words of the incantation left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and sending the shadow fleeing into the depths of the abyss from whence it came. And as the light faded, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, the weight of the shadow's presence lifting from my shoulders like a heavy burden. With the shadow finally vanquished, I knew that I could finally rest easy, free from the nightmares that had plagued me for so long. And as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. The relief of banishing the shadow from my life was palpable, but its lingering presence still haunted my thoughts. Despite its absence, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that clung to me like a shadow of its own. It was as if the darkness had left a mark on my soul, a reminder of the horrors I had faced and the depths of despair I had plumbed in my quest for freedom. As I went about my daily life, I couldn't help but feel as though I was being watched, as if the shadow still lingered just beyond the edges of my awareness, waiting for an opportunity to strike once more. It was a paranoia that gnawed at the edges of my sanity, a constant reminder that the darkness was never truly gone, but merely biding its time until it could return with a vengeance. Despite my fears, I refused to let the shadow control me any longer. I sought out therapy and support from friends and loved ones, determined to reclaim my life from the clutches of darkness that had once held me captive. With each passing day, the memories of the shadow's presence began to fade, replaced by a newfound sense of hope and optimism for the future. I knew that the road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but I also knew that I was stronger than the darkness that had once threatened to consume me. And as I stood on the precipice of a new dawn, I knew that I had emerged from the shadows a changed person, a survivor, forged in the crucible of adversity, and ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. Story 33. In the dead of night, when the world outside was shrouded in darkness and silence, the footsteps began an eerie echo that reverberated through the empty halls of the old house. At first, they were little more than a faint murmur, barely audible over the gentle hum of the wind outside. But as the minutes stretched into hours, the footsteps grew louder, more insistent, until they filled the air with a deafening cacophony. With each passing moment, my heart pounded in my chest, a primal rhythm that matched the frantic beat of the approaching footsteps. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin as I cowered in the darkness, paralyzed by fear. I knew then, with a chilling certainty, that whatever was coming for me was not of this world. It was a presence that lurked just beyond the edges of my awareness, its malevolent intent palpable in the air like a foul stench. As the footsteps drew closer, I could hear the sound of ragged breaths, each one a whispered promise of terror and despair. It was as if the very walls of the house were closing in around me, suffocating me in their embrace as the darkness pressed in from all sides. With trembling hands, I reached for the nearest object, a lamp, a chair, anything that could serve as a weapon against the unseen threat that lurked in the shadows. But no matter how hard I tried to steel myself against the impending danger, I knew that I was no match for the darkness that awaited me. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, the footsteps came to a sudden stop, the silence that followed ringing out in the darkness like a death knell. With bated breath, I waited for the inevitable, the seconds stretching into eternity as I braced myself for whatever horrors awaited me. But to my surprise, nothing happened. The footsteps remained still, their presence a lingering echo in the empty halls of the house. With a sense of cautious optimism, I dared to venture out into the darkness, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, no sign of the unseen threat that had haunted me moments before, no trace of the malevolent presence that had stalked me through the night. It was as if the darkness had receded into the depths of the earth, leaving behind nothing but the faint whisper of its passing. With a sigh of relief, I collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline coursing through my veins slowly ebbing away as the tension drained from my body. It was then that I realized the true nature of the danger that had lurked within the empty house. It was not an external threat, but a manifestation of my own fears and insecurities, a specter born from the depths of my own imagination. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by shadows and echoes of the unknown. For in the end, it was not the footsteps that defined me, but the courage to confront them, to stand tall in the face of fear, and emerge stronger on the other side. As the dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the windows of the old house, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. The events of the night had left me shaken, my nerves raw from the encounter with the unseen threat that had haunted the empty halls. With trembling hands, I set about exploring the house, determined to uncover any clues that might shed light on the mysterious footsteps that had echoed through the darkness. Every creak of the floorboards sent a shiver down my spine, every gust of wind through the windows making me jump at the slightest sound. But despite my fear, I pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within the walls of the old house. Room by room, I searched for any sign of the malevolent presence that had stalked me through the night, my heart pounding in my chest with each step I took. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden staircase concealed behind a false wall in the basement. With a sense of trepidation, I descended into the depths below, the air growing colder with each step I took. As I reached the bottom of the staircase, I found myself in a small chamber, its walls lined with shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes and crumbling artifacts. It was a treasure trove of forgotten knowledge, a testament to the secrets that lay buried beneath the surface of the earth. With trembling hands, I began to sift through the ancient texts, searching for any mention of the unseen threat that had haunted the house. And then, buried deep within the pages of an ancient grimoire, I found a passage describing a malevolent spirit known as the Watcher in the Shadows. A creature that fed on the fears of its victims, driving them to madness with its relentless pursuit. As I read on, a sense of dread washed over me, the realization sinking in that the entity I had encountered was far more than a mere figment of my imagination. It was a force of darkness and despair, a being that existed beyond the realms of mortal comprehension. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I knew that I had to confront the Watcher in the Shadows head-on, to banish it from the house once and for all, and reclaim my peace of mind. With a sense of determination burning in my chest, I set about preparing for the battle that lay ahead, gathering whatever tools and artifacts I could find to aid me in my quest. And as the sun dipped below the horizon once more, casting long shadows across the empty halls of the old house, I stood ready to face the darkness that awaited me. For though the Watcher in the Shadows may have been a formidable foe, I knew that with courage and determination on my side, I could overcome any obstacle that stood in my way. Story 34. In the dim light of the old house, the scratches on the walls stood out like a sinister omen, their jagged lines spelling out a message that seemed to pulse with ancient power. As I traced my fingers over the rough surface, a chill ran down my spine, sending shivers coursing through my body. The scratches seemed to form words, though their meaning eluded me at first. But as I studied them more closely, I began to discern a pattern, a warning from something ancient and long forgotten, a message from the depths of time itself. With a sense of trepidation, I stepped back from the wall, the weight of the message hanging heavy in the air like a shroud of darkness. It was as if the very walls of the house were alive with the echoes of the past, their secrets waiting to be unearthed by those brave enough to listen. But as I turned to leave, a voice whispered in the back of my mind, a voice filled with a sense of urgency and desperation, urging me to uncover the truth behind the scratches before it was too late. And so, with a sense of determination burning in my chest, I set out to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within the walls of the old house. As I delved deeper into the house's dark history, I discovered tales of a family torn apart by tragedy and loss, their lives forever haunted by the specter of a malevolent presence that lurked within the shadows. It was said that the house itself was cursed, its walls bearing witness to unspeakable horrors that had unfolded within its silent confines. But it was the scratches on the walls that held the key to unlocking the house's darkest secrets, a cryptic message left behind by those who had come before, a warning of the dangers that lay hidden within the shadows. With each passing day, the scratches seemed to grow more pronounced, their message becoming clearer with each passing moment. It was as if the house itself was trying to communicate with me, to warn me of the danger that lurked just beyond the edges of my awareness. And then, one fateful night, as I lay awake in bed, bathed in the pale glow of the moon, I heard the sound of scratching coming from the walls themselves. At first, it was little more than a faint murmur, barely audible over the gentle rustling of the wind outside. But as the minutes stretched into hours, the scratching grew louder, more insistent, until it felt as if the very walls of the house were alive with the sound of something clawing at the darkness. Terrified, I stumbled out of bed and made my way to the source of the noise, the room where the scratches on the walls had first appeared. And there, in the dim light of the moon, I saw the outline of a figure, its form obscured by the shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. With a sense of dread washing over me, I reached out to touch the figure, my fingers trembling as they brushed against its cold, clammy skin. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but the echoes of its presence lingering in the darkness. It was then that I knew the truth. The scratches on the walls were not just a message from something ancient and long forgotten, but a warning from the very depths of the house itself. And as I stood there in the silence of the night, I knew that whatever had left them behind was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike once more. The scratching on the walls seemed to reverberate through the house, filling the air with a sense of dread and foreboding. With each passing moment, the noise grew louder, more insistent, as if whatever was lurking within the shadows was desperate to make its presence known. I couldn't shake the feeling that the scratches held a deeper meaning, a message from something ancient and malevolent that had been awakened by my presence in the house. It was as if the very walls themselves were alive with the echoes of a past long forgotten, their secrets waiting to be unearthed by those brave enough to listen. As I continued to explore the house, I discovered more clues to its dark and twisted history: old photographs, faded letters, and journals filled with tales of madness and despair. It was a history steeped in tragedy, a legacy of suffering that had left its mark on the very fabric of the house itself. But it was the scratching on the walls that haunted me the most, their incessant noise a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my awareness. And as I traced my fingers over the jagged lines, I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing that whatever had left them behind was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike once more. Story 35. In the dead of night, when the world was shrouded in darkness and silence, the whispers began an eerie chorus that seemed to emanate from all around me. Their voices were faint at first, little more than a distant murmur carried on the wind, but as the minutes stretched into hours, they grew louder, more insistent, until they filled the air with a cacophony of madness. I tried to block them out, covering my ears in a futile attempt to silence the voices that haunted me. But no matter how hard I tried, they persisted, their whispers echoing through the empty halls of my mind like a relentless tide. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder, allowing the whispers to seep into the world from some dark and distant realm beyond. And as I listened to their twisted symphony, I knew that I was not alone, that something sinister was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a sense of mounting dread, I ventured out into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched for the source of the whispers that filled the night. But no matter how far I traveled, they seemed to follow me, their voices echoing in the darkness like a chorus of lost souls. As I wandered through the empty streets, I could feel the eyes of unseen watchers upon me, their gaze burning into my soul with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. It was a feeling of being hunted, of being pursued by something far more sinister than I could ever hope to comprehend. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a hidden alleyway tucked away in the depths of the city, a place where the whispers seemed to converge, their voices merging into a single haunting melody. With a sense of trepidation, I stepped into the alleyway, the darkness closing in around me like a suffocating blanket. And there, in the shadows, I sought the source of the whispers that had haunted me for so long. It was a figure cloaked in darkness, its form obscured by the shadows, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a sense of terror coursing through my veins, I realized that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined, a creature of darkness and despair, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. With trembling hands, I reached for the nearest object, a discarded piece of wood, a broken bottle, anything that could serve as a weapon against the unseen threat that loomed before me. But even as I prepared to defend myself, I knew that I was no match for the darkness that awaited me. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, the figure stepped forward, its form coalescing into something grotesque and twisted, a nightmare made flesh. With a cry of terror, I lashed out, striking at the creature with all the strength I could muster. But my efforts were in vain, for the creature was no ordinary foe. It was a being of pure darkness, a manifestation of the whispers that had haunted me for so long. And as it closed in on me, its icy grip tightening around my throat, I knew that I was facing a battle that I could not hope to win. But just as all hope seemed lost, a blinding light filled the alleyway, banishing the darkness and sending the creature fleeing into the depths of the night. With a sense of relief washing over me, I collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, slowly ebbing away as the tension drained from my body. As I lay there in the darkness, I knew that I had faced the whispers head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. And though the whispers may continue to haunt me in the nights to come, I would face them with courage and determination, knowing that I had the strength to overcome any obstacle that stood in my way. The whispers continued to echo in the back of my mind, their voices haunting me long after the creature had fled into the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that they held some deeper meaning, a message from a realm beyond my comprehension. As I lay awake in bed, the whispers seemed to grow louder, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of madness that threatened to consume me whole. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling around me, leaving me adrift in a sea of darkness and despair. Desperate for answers, I delved into the depths of ancient lore and forgotten myths, searching for any clue that might shed light on the nature of the whispers that haunted me. But the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through my fingers like sand. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a passage in an old tome, a passage that spoke of a ritual that could banish the whispers from the mortal realm once and for all. With a newfound sense of purpose, I set out to perform the ritual, gathering the necessary ingredients and preparing myself for the battle that lay ahead. And as the final words of the incantation left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and silencing the whispers once and for all. With a sense of relief washing over me, I knew that I had finally found peace, a survivor in a world haunted by the echoes of the unknown. And though the whispers may continue to linger in the depths of my mind, I would face them with courage and determination, knowing that I had the strength to overcome any obstacle that stood in my way. Story 36. In the dim light of the room, the figure in the mirror seemed to come alive, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it had a will of its own. I stared at it in disbelief, unable to tear my gaze away from the lifeless eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination brought on by the late hour and the shadows that danced across the walls. But as I watched, the figure continued to move, its motions growing more erratic with each passing moment. With a sense of mounting dread, I reached out to touch the glass, my fingers trembling as they made contact with the cool surface. But instead of feeling solid beneath my touch, the mirror seemed to ripple like water, distorting the reflection of the figure within. It was then that I realized the truth. The figure in the mirror was not a reflection of myself, but something far more sinister. It was a being of darkness and despair, a creature that had taken up residence within the mirror and was now seeking to break free into the mortal realm. As the realization washed over me, a sense of fear unlike anything I had ever known gripped me, paralyzing me with its icy grip. I knew that I had to do something, to find a way to banish the creature from the mirror before it was too late. With trembling hands, I reached for the nearest object, a candlestick, a vase, anything that could serve as a weapon against the unseen threat that lurked within the glass. But even as I prepared to defend myself, I could feel the figure's malevolent gaze upon me, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a cry of terror, I lashed out, striking at the mirror with all the strength I could muster. But my efforts were in vain, for the glass seemed to absorb the impact without so much as a scratch, its surface remaining unmarred by my feeble attempts to break it. Desperate for answers, I delved into the depths of ancient lore and forgotten myths, searching for any clue that might shed light on the nature of the creature that had taken up residence within the mirror. But the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through my fingers like sand. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a passage in an old grimoire, a passage that spoke of a ritual that could banish the creature from the mirror and send it back to the realm from whence it came. With a sense of determination burning in my chest, I set out to perform the ritual, gathering the necessary ingredients and preparing myself for the battle that lay ahead. And as the final words of the incantation left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and sending the creature fleeing back into the depths of the mirror. With a sense of relief washing over me, I knew that I had finally found peace, a survivor in a world haunted by the echoes of the unknown. And though the figure in the mirror may continue to linger in the depths of my mind, I would face it with courage and determination, knowing that I had the strength to overcome any obstacle that stood in my way. The encounter with the figure in the mirror left me shaken to the core, unable to shake the feeling of dread that lingered in the air like a thick fog. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty and fear. As the days passed, I found myself avoiding mirrors at all costs, unable to face the possibility of encountering the creature that had taken up residence within them. But no matter how hard I tried to avoid them, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of being hunted by something far more sinister than I could ever hope to comprehend. With each passing day, the sense of unease that had settled over me grew stronger, its grip tightening around my throat like a vice. I could feel the creature's presence lurking just beyond the edges of my awareness, its malevolent gaze burning into my soul with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for answers, I sought out the help of experts in the occult and the supernatural, hoping that they might offer some form of protection against the unseen threat that haunted me. But no matter how many charms and incantations they tried, the creature remained ever present, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, a legend from a forgotten corner of the world, speaking of a ritual that could banish the creature from the mirrors and send it back to the realm from whence it came. With a renewed sense of purpose, I set out to uncover the truth behind the ancient ritual, traveling to the far reaches of the earth in search of the knowledge I needed to confront the creature that haunted my dreams. Along the way, I encountered many obstacles and challenges, each one testing my resolve and pushing me to the brink of despair. But through it all, I never wavered, driven by a sense of purpose that burned like a flame in the darkness. And then, after months of tireless searching, I found the key to banishing the creature from the mirrors once and for all. With trembling hands, I performed the ancient ritual, calling upon powers far beyond my comprehension to aid me in my quest. Story 37. In the quiet solitude of the hallway, the painting hung like a silent sentinel, its colors muted and serene in the dim light. But as the hours passed and the world outside grew dark, a subtle change began to take hold. The painting seemed to come alive, its once still surface stirring with a restless energy. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination brought on by the late hour and the shadows that danced across the walls. But as I watched, transfixed by the hypnotic movement of the colors, I realized that there was something more at play, a presence lurking within the depths of the painting, waiting to reveal itself to those brave enough to look beyond the surface. With a sense of trepidation, I approached the painting, my heart pounding in my chest as I studied its shifting forms. It was as if the very essence of the artwork was alive, pulsating with a strange and otherworldly energy that defied explanation. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear to look any longer, the figures began to emerge from the depths of the painting's shadowy shapes that danced and twisted in the swirling colors, their eyes burning with an unholy fire. With a sense of horror washing over me, I stumbled backward, my mind reeling at the sight before me. It was as if the painting had become a portal to another world, a realm of darkness and despair that threatened to consume me whole. Desperate for answers, I sought out the help of experts in the occult and the supernatural, hoping that they might offer some insight into the mysterious painting that hung in the hallway. But no matter how many charms and incantations they tried, the figures remained ever present, their presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. As the days passed, I found myself drawn back to the painting time and time again, unable to resist the pull of its dark and twisted allure. It was as if the figures within had cast a spell over me, their hypnotic gaze drawing me closer with each passing moment. With each visit, the figures seemed to grow stronger, their forms becoming more defined as they reached out from the canvas, their hands grasping for a foothold in the mortal realm. And as I watched in horror, I realized that they were not content to remain confined to the painting. They hungered for something more, something that could only be found in the world of the living. Desperate to break free from their grasp, I sought out the help of a renowned art restorer, hoping that they might be able to rid the painting of the malevolent presence that had taken up residence within its depths. But even as they worked tirelessly to restore the artwork to its former glory, the figures remained ever present, their eyes burning with a hunger that could not be sated. With each passing day, the darkness that emanated from the painting grew stronger, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in their grasp. It was as if the figures within had become aware of my presence, their malevolent gaze following me wherever I went, their whispers echoing in the depths of my mind like a sinister chorus. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, a legend from a forgotten corner of the world, speaking of a ritual that could banish the figures from the painting and send them back to the realm from whence they came. With a renewed sense of purpose, I set out to uncover the truth behind the ancient ritual, traveling to the far reaches of the earth in search of the knowledge I needed to confront the darkness that haunted me. Along the way, I encountered many obstacles and challenges, each one testing my resolve and pushing me to the brink of despair. But through it all, I never wavered, driven by a sense of purpose that burned like a flame in the darkness. And then, after months of tireless searching, I found it the key to banishing the figures from the painting once and for all. With trembling hands, I performed the ancient ritual, calling upon powers far beyond my comprehension to aid me in my quest. As the final words of the incantation left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and sending the figures fleeing back into the depths of the painting. And as the light faded, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, the weight of the darkness lifting from my shoulders like a heavy burden. With the figures finally banished, I knew that I could finally rest easy, free from the nightmares that had plagued me for so long. And as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. Story 38. In the heart of the forest, where the shadows danced amidst the ancient trees and the moon cast its silvery glow upon the earth, there came a sound, a haunting melody that seemed to drift through the night air like a whispered secret. It was a melody that called to me, its ethereal notes stirring something deep within my soul, beckoning me to follow its siren song into the depths of the woods. At first I hesitated, the rational part of my mind warning me of the dangers that lurked within the darkness of the forest. But the music was irresistible, its allure too powerful to resist, and so I found myself stepping off the beaten path and into the unknown. With each step I took, the music grew louder, its haunting melody weaving a spell around me that left me feeling both exhilarated and unnerved. It was as if the very forest itself had come alive with the sound of the music, its ancient spirits dancing to the rhythm of its hypnotic tune. As I wandered deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to ensnare me in their grasp. But still I pressed on, driven by a sense of curiosity and wonder that overrode any sense of fear or caution. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair and eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. She was the source of the music, her voice weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to wrap around me like a warm embrace. And as I watched, transfixed by her beauty, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, the worries and fears of the world melting away in the presence of her otherworldly grace. But even as I basked in the glow of her presence, a sense of unease gnawed at the edges of my mind. There was something unnatural about her, something that whispered of danger and deceit lurking beneath the surface of her beauty. With a suddenness that took me by surprise, the woman's eyes turned cold and distant, her smile fading into a cruel smirk that sent shivers down my spine. It was then that I realized the truth. The woman before me was no ordinary creature of the forest, but a siren, a being of darkness and despair that sought to ensnare me in her web of lies. With a sense of horror washing over me, I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to break free from the siren's spell. But try as I might, I could not escape her grasp, her music wrapping around me like chains, pulling me ever closer to the jaws of death. Desperate for escape, I reached for the nearest object, a fallen branch, a rock, anything that could serve as a weapon against the siren's seductive charms. But even as I prepared to defend myself, I knew that it was futile. The siren was too powerful, her hold on me too strong to break. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, A voice echoed through the darkness, a voice filled with strength and determination, a voice that seemed to cut through the siren's song like a knife through butter. It was a voice from my past, a memory of a loved one long gone but never forgotten. And as the voice called out to me, urging me to fight against the darkness that threatened to consume me, I felt a surge of courage well up within me, banishing the fear and doubt that had clouded my mind. With a newfound sense of resolve, I raised my makeshift weapon high above my head, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. And as I charged forward, the siren's laughter echoed through the night, her eyes burning with an unholy fire as she prepared to meet me in battle. But I would not be deterred, for I knew that the power of love and courage could overcome even the darkest of evils. With a cry of defiance, I struck out at the siren with all the strength I could muster, driving her back into the darkness from whence she came. As the siren retreated into the darkness, her laughter echoing through the forest like a taunting melody, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. But even as I caught my breath, I knew that the danger had not passed. The woods were still filled with unknown perils, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. With trembling hands, I reached for the amulet that hung around my neck, its ancient symbols glowing softly in the moonlight. It was a talisman of protection, passed down through generations of my family, imbued with the power to ward off evil spirits and dark forces. Clutching the amulet tightly in my hand, I pressed on through the forest, my senses heightened to the slightest rustle of leaves and the faintest whisper of wind. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every sound a potential danger, as I navigated the twisting paths of the woods with caution and determination. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, a faint light shining in the distance, like a beacon guiding me through the darkness. With renewed vigor, I pushed forward, drawn toward the light like a moth to a flame. As I drew closer, I saw that the light emanated from a small cottage nestled amidst the trees, its windows glowing warmly in the night. It was a welcome sight, a refuge from the dangers that lurked outside, and I hurried toward it with a sense of urgency. But as I approached the cottage, a sense of unease washed over me, a feeling that something was not quite right, that the safety I sought might be nothing more than an illusion. With a sense of foreboding, I hesitated at the threshold, unsure of what lay beyond the door. But then, with a deep breath and a prayer for protection, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. And as I crossed the threshold, I felt a wave of warmth wash over me, banishing the chill of the night air and filling me with a sense of peace and security. Story 39. In the eerie silence of the empty halls, the laughter reverberated like a sinister melody, its echoes bouncing off the walls with a haunting resonance that sent shivers down my spine. It was a sound that seemed to taunt me, mocking my every move as I navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the old mansion. With each step I took, the laughter grew louder, its source eluding me as I searched desperately for any sign of the unseen tormentor. It was as if the very walls themselves were alive with the echoes of the laughter, their secrets hidden just beyond my grasp. As I rounded a corner, the laughter seemed to shift, its echoes drawing me further into the darkness of the mansion's depths. With a sense of trepidation, I pressed on, my heart pounding in my chest as I followed the sound down a narrow staircase and into the bowels of the building. The air grew colder with each step I took, the darkness closing in around me like a suffocating cloak. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I stumbled upon a door that seemed to pulsate with a strange and otherworldly energy. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, my senses overwhelmed by the sights and sounds that greeted me. The room was bathed in an eerie glow, its walls adorned with strange symbols and arcane sigils that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. And there, seated at the center of the room, was a figure whose laughter echoed through the empty halls with a deranged intensity that sent chills down my spine. It was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen, its form twisted and grotesque, its eyes burning with an unholy fire. With a sense of dread washing over me, I realized that whatever was laughing at me was not human. It was something far more sinister, a being of darkness and despair that had taken up residence within the mansion's walls. Desperate to escape, I turned to flee, but the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening crash, sealing me inside the room with the creature. With nowhere left to run, I braced myself for whatever horrors lay ahead, steeling my resolve as I prepared to face the unknown. As the creature's laughter filled the room, I could feel its malevolent gaze boring into me, its eyes burning with a hunger that could not be sated. And then, with a suddenness that took me by surprise, it spoke a voice that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth itself. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "I have been expecting you." With a sense of horror washing over me, I realized that the creature knew who I was, that it had been watching me all along as I wandered through the empty halls of the mansion. But why? What did it want from me? Before I could voice my questions, the creature spoke again, its words sending a chill down my spine. "You seek answers, do you not? Answers to questions that have long haunted your dreams." With a sense of dread gnawing at the edges of my mind, I nodded slowly, unsure of what to expect. The creature's eyes gleamed with a wicked light as it spoke, its words weaving a tapestry of lies and deceit that threatened to ensnare me in its web. "But be warned, traveler," it said, its voice dripping with venom. "The answers you seek may not be what you expect. For in the darkness of the night, truths are revealed that are best left buried." With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that the creature was right, that the answers I sought might only lead me further into the darkness, into a realm of nightmares from which there could be no escape. But still, I pressed on, driven by a sense of curiosity and determination that refused to be quenched. With each passing moment, the laughter grew louder, its echoes bouncing off the walls of the room like the deranged cries of a madman. And as I searched for the source of the sound, I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing that whatever was laughing at me was not human, that it was something far more sinister, lurking just beyond the edges of my awareness, waiting to claim me as its own. As the creature's laughter echoed through the room, I could feel its presence closing in around me, its malevolent energy suffocating me like a thick fog. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to escape the clutches of the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. But even as fear gripped me, a small voice within whispered that I could not give in to despair, that I had to find a way to break free from the creature's grasp. With that thought fueling my resolve, I scanned the room for any sign of weakness, any opportunity to turn the tables on my unseen adversary. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I spotted a glimmer of light shining from beneath a pile of debris in the corner of the room. With a surge of hope, I rushed toward it, digging frantically until I uncovered a small lantern, its flame flickering weakly in the darkness. With trembling hands, I lit the lantern and held it aloft, its warm glow pushing back the shadows and banishing the darkness that had threatened to consume me. And as the light spread through the room, the creature's laughter faltered, its malevolent presence shrinking back into the depths of the mansion's walls. With a sense of relief washing over me, I knew that I had triumphed over the darkness, that I had faced my fears and emerged victorious. And as I stepped out of the room and into the moonlit night, I vowed to never again allow myself to be consumed by the shadows that lurked in the corners of my mind. Story 40. In the quiet solitude of my home, the shadow that lingered at the edge of my vision seemed to grow darker with each passing day, its ominous presence casting a pall over my every waking moment. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination brought on by stress or fatigue. But as the days turned into weeks, the shadow refused to be ignored, its form twisting and contorting like a living thing. Desperate to escape its grasp, I tried to flee, seeking refuge in the brightness of the outside world. But no matter where I went, the shadow followed, its dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in its suffocating embrace. It was as if I were trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape, a prisoner of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my awareness. With each passing day, the shadow seemed to grow stronger, its presence becoming more oppressive with each moment that passed. It was as if it fed on my fear and uncertainty, growing larger and more menacing with each passing day. As I struggled to make sense of what was happening to me, I delved into the depths of ancient lore and forgotten myths, searching for any clue that might shed light on the nature of the shadow that haunted me. But the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through my fingers like smoke in the wind. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a glimmer of hope, a legend from a forgotten corner of the world, speaking of a ritual that could banish the shadow and send it back to the realm from whence it came. With a renewed sense of purpose, I set out to uncover the truth behind the ancient ritual, traveling to the far reaches of the earth in search of the knowledge I needed to confront the darkness that haunted me. Along the way, I encountered many obstacles and challenges, each one testing my resolve and pushing me to the brink of despair. But through it all, I never wavered, driven by a sense of purpose that burned like a flame in the darkness. And then, after months of tireless searching, I found it the key to banishing the shadow once and for all. With trembling hands, I performed the ancient ritual, calling upon powers far beyond my comprehension to aid me in my quest. As the final words of the incantation left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the darkness and sending the shadow fleeing back into the depths from whence it came. And as the light faded, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, the weight of the shadow's presence lifting from my shoulders like a heavy burden. With the shadow finally banished, I knew that I could finally rest easy, free from the nightmares that had plagued me for so long. And as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious, a survivor in a world haunted by nightmares. As the shadow grew darker and more menacing, I found myself consumed by a sense of dread that seemed to permeate every aspect of my existence. It was as if the shadow had taken on a life of its own, feeding off my fear and growing stronger with each passing day. I began to notice subtle changes in my behavior, as if the shadow were exerting its influence over my thoughts and actions. Simple tasks became arduous challenges, and I found myself withdrawing from the world, afraid of what lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. But no matter how hard I tried to resist its pull, the shadow seemed to draw me ever closer, its dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in its suffocating embrace. It was as if I were caught in a downward spiral, unable to break free from the grip of the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. With each passing day, the shadow seemed to grow stronger, its presence looming larger and more ominous with each passing moment. I could feel its malevolent gaze boring into me, its eyes burning with an unholy fire that sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for answers, I sought out the help of experts in the occult and the supernatural, hoping that they might offer some insight into the nature of the shadow that haunted me. But no matter how many charms and incantations they tried, the shadow remained ever present, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. As the days turned into weeks, I felt myself growing weaker, my spirit worn down by the relentless assault of the shadow's malevolent energy. It was as if I were being consumed from within, my very essence slowly being drained away by the darkness that surrounded me. But even in the depths of despair, a small glimmer of hope remained, a belief that I could overcome the shadow, that I could banish it from my life once and for all. With that thought burning brightly in my mind, I resolved to confront the darkness head-on, to face my fears and emerge victorious. And so, armed with nothing but my courage and determination, I embarked on a journey into the heart of the shadow, ready to confront whatever horrors lay in wait. With each step I took, the darkness seemed to recede, its grip loosening as I drew nearer to the source of its power. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon a revelation, a hidden truth that had been lurking just beneath the surface all along. The shadow was not some external force seeking to destroy me, but a manifestation of my own inner demons, a reflection of the fears and insecurities that had plagued me for so long. With this newfound understanding, I confronted the shadow head-on, refusing to give in to its lies and deceit. And as I stood face to face with the darkness, I felt a sense of empowerment wash over me, banishing the fear and doubt that had held me captive for so long. Story 41. The old mansion stood, a relic of a bygone era, its walls steeped in history and shrouded in mystery. It had been abandoned for decades, left to the mercy of the elements and the encroaching wild. Vines and moss clung to its once grand facade, and the garden that had likely been the envy of all was now an overgrown jungle, a testament to nature reclaiming what was rightfully hers. I found myself drawn to this place, compelled by stories of its haunted past and rumors of hidden treasures left behind. As an amateur historian and an enthusiast of the paranormal, the mansion was an irresistible lure. So, armed with little more than a flashlight and an insatiable curiosity, I set out to explore the secrets it held within its decaying walls. The main entrance, a massive oak door, was surprisingly unlocked, as if inviting me into its depths. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the passage of time. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls, a constant reminder of the solitude that enveloped this place. I wandered from room to room, marveling at the remnants of opulence now faded, the peeling wallpaper, and the furniture left to rot. As I delved deeper into the mansion, a peculiar smell began to pervade the air. It was subtle at first, easily dismissed as the general mustiness of an abandoned building. But as I continued, it grew stronger, more pungent. It was the unmistakable odor of decay, a scent that spoke of death and decay, so potent that it seemed to seep into my bones, filling me with a sense of dread that I could not shake. I knew I should leave, that the smart thing to do would be to turn back the way I came and forget about the mansion and its mysteries. But the smell, vile as it was, only served to pique my curiosity further. I needed to find the source, to uncover the secret that this place was hiding. My search led me to a staircase hidden away in a corner of the mansion that time had forgotten. The steps were worn, and the handrail was coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating that few had ventured this way in recent years. With each step I took, the smell grew stronger, more overpowering, until it was all I could focus on. At the bottom of the staircase I found a door, its wood swollen from years of neglect, barely hanging on its hinges. Pushing it open took more effort than I anticipated, but as it gave way, I was met with a sight that will haunt me for the rest of my days. The room beyond the door was a hidden chamber, its existence unknown to those who had dared to explore the mansion before me. It was filled with rotting corpses, each one in a state of decay that made them barely recognizable as once human. Their eyes were wide open, staring into eternity, a silent scream etched on their features. The air in the chamber was thick with the smell of death, so overpowering that I struggled to breathe. Flies buzzed around the bodies, the only sign of life in this tomb of the forgotten. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, a grotesque display of mortality that no one was meant to witness. I should have been horrified, repulsed by the gruesome sight before me, but instead I felt a deep sadness for these lost souls, their stories untold, their lives unremembered. Who were they? How did they come to be here, in this hidden chamber of death? And more importantly, who was responsible for this atrocity. My initial shock gave way to determination. I knew I couldn't leave these victims to languish in obscurity. They deserved to be remembered, to have their stories told. And so, I set out to uncover the truth behind the hidden chamber and the bodies it contained. The investigation that followed took me down a rabbit hole of the mansion's history, uncovering tales of betrayal, murder, and a curse that was said to haunt the family that once called this place home. The more I learned, the more I realized that the mansion was a character in its own right, its walls bearing witness to centuries of human drama and tragedy. As I pieced together the puzzle, the identities of the victims began to emerge, each one a tragic figure caught in a web of deceit and vengeance. Their stories were diverse, but they all shared a common fate, their lives cut short by a darkness that lurked within the mansion's walls. The journey was not without its dangers. There were those who wished to keep the secrets of the mansion buried, and I found myself facing threats both physical and supernatural. But I pressed on, driven by a need to bring closure to the victims and their families. In the end, the truth was as shocking as it was heartbreaking. The hidden chamber was the final resting place for those who had fallen victim to a centuries-old feud, their deaths a sacrifice to a twisted sense of justice and retribution. The mansion, with its dark history and spectral inhabitants, was a monument to the destructive power of hatred and greed. With the story of the hidden chamber and its victims brought to light, I hoped to give them some measure of peace. But as I left the mansion behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that there were more secrets hidden within its walls waiting to be uncovered. The smell of decay that had led me to the hidden chamber would forever be etched in my memory, a stark reminder of the darkness that can dwell in the human heart. But it also served as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring need to remember and honor those who have passed before us. Story 42. The abandoned school stood at the edge of town, a relic of a bygone era, its once vibrant halls now silent, a monument to neglect. It had been years since laughter and learning echoed within its walls, replaced instead by whispers of a darker nature. Stories of unexplained phenomena, of ghostly apparitions and eerie noises had become part of the town's lore, drawing the curious and the brave to its decrepit doorstep. I was one of those drawn to the mystery of the old school, a freelance journalist always in search of a story that could chill the blood and capture the imagination of my readers. Armed with nothing but a camera and a notepad, I set out one autumn evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out towards the school, as if trying to pull it into the darkness. The laughter of children, so out of place in such a setting, reached my ears the moment I stepped onto the school grounds. It was a sound that should have been comforting, reminiscent of innocence and joy, but here it was twisted, infused with something that sent a shiver down my spine. Accompanying it was a sense of malice, a palpable presence that hung in the air like a fog, making every step I took feel like a trespass into a realm where I was not welcome. Despite the foreboding atmosphere, or perhaps because of it, I pressed on, drawn towards the source of the laughter with a mix of fear and fascination. The front doors of the school, once welcoming to children of all ages, now stood ajar, hanging off their hinges an invitation into the unknown. Inside, the halls were shrouded in darkness, the only light coming from the moon shining through the broken windows. The laughter continued to echo, leading me deeper into the school, towards the heart of the mystery. It was a surreal experience, moving through the abandoned classrooms, each one a time capsule of a day long past when the school was suddenly and inexplicably closed. As I crept through the silent halls, the feeling that I was not alone grew stronger with every step. Shadows seemed to move just at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I turned to look directly at them. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath in front of me, a visible reminder of the unnatural chill that had settled over the place. The laughter led me to the gymnasium, A vast space that once echoed with the sounds of games and assemblies but now lay empty, its floor covered in a thick layer of dust. It was here that the laughter reached its crescendo, filling the room with an almost palpable sense of anticipation. And then suddenly it stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, heavy with expectation. I stood in the middle of the gymnasium, my heart pounding in my chest, waiting for something to happen. It was then that I realized the truth of the situation. I was being watched. The sensation was unmistakable, the feeling of unseen eyes fixed upon me, studying my every move. It was a sinister presence, one that filled me with a dread unlike anything I had ever experienced. I knew then that the stories were true, that the school was home to something far more terrifying than mere ghosts or urban legends. It was a force of malice, a darkness that had seeped into the very fabric of the building, fueled by tragedy and suffering. As I stood there, rooted to the spot by fear, it felt as though the school itself was alive, its long-forgotten stories yearning to be told. I realized then that my role was not merely that of an observer, but of a conduit through which these stories could find their voice. It was a daunting task, one that filled me with an overwhelming sense of responsibility. But it was also a calling, a chance to shine a light into the darkness and reveal the truth hidden within the walls of the abandoned school. With renewed purpose, I began to explore the school in earnest, searching for clues that could help me unravel the mystery. I found old yearbooks, their pages filled with the smiling faces of students who had once walked these halls, their laughter now a haunting memory. I discovered records of the school's sudden closure, hinting at an unspeakable tragedy that had been hastily covered up, its victims forgotten. As I delved deeper, I encountered the spirits of those who had been left behind, their stories etched into the very essence of the school. There were tales of love and loss, of dreams unfulfilled, and lives cut tragically short. Each one was a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of the larger story that had been lost to time. It was a journey that took me to the brink of my own sanity, as I navigated the thin line between the living and the dead. But with each story I uncovered, the oppressive atmosphere of the school began to lift, replaced by a sense of peace and closure. Story 43. In the heart of a dense forest, where the thick canopy blotted out the moon and stars, lay a village that time had forgotten. It was a place untouched by modern conveniences, where the people lived much as their ancestors did, with respect for the land and the ancient traditions that bound them. But within this seemingly peaceful enclave, a darkness lurked, a whispered curse that had plagued the villagers for generations. I had come to this secluded village as an outsider, driven by a mix of curiosity and the need to escape the cacophony of city life. The villagers, with their wary eyes and tight-lipped smiles, had welcomed me with a cautious hospitality, offering me shelter in an old cottage at the edge of the village. It was a quaint, if somewhat dilapidated dwelling that seemed to creak and moan with the weight of untold stories. My first night in the village was uneventful, filled with the deep, unbroken silence of the forest. But as the days passed, I began to feel an unsettling sense of unease, a feeling that I was being watched by unseen eyes. The villagers spoke little, and when they did, their conversations were peppered with hushed tones and furtive glances. I sensed that they were hiding something, a secret that weighed heavily upon them. It was on the third night that the whispers began. At first, I thought it was the wind, a natural phenomenon in the dense forest that surrounded the village. But as I listened, the sounds coalesced into something far more sinister, voices, low and insidious, that seemed to seep through the very walls of the cottage. They spoke in a language I could not understand, their tones filled with malice and hatred. I tried to dismiss the whispers as a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by the isolation and the eerie atmosphere of the village. But the more I listened, the more distinct the voices became, weaving tales of unspeakable horrors that chilled me to the bone. I felt my sanity begin to fray at the edges, the constant barrage of voices leaving me unable to think, to sleep, to escape the nightmare that had ensnared me. Desperate for answers, I ventured into the village the following day, seeking out the eldest among them, a woman known simply as Matriarch Alina. She was a figure of reverence in the village, her wisdom and knowledge of the old ways said to hold the key to many mysteries. Matriarch Alina listened to my tale with an expression of grave concern. When I had finished, she sighed deeply, her eyes reflecting a sorrow that seemed as old as the forest itself. She spoke then of the curse that had befallen the village, a malevolent spirit that had taken root in the heart of the forest centuries ago. It was a force of pure evil, she explained, one that fed on the fear and despair of the living, manifesting itself through the whispers that tormented me. The only way to silence the whispers, Matriarch Elena told me, was to confront the spirit, to venture into the forest at night and offer it a token of peace. It was a dangerous undertaking, one that no villager had dared to attempt for generations. But I knew that I could not live with the whispers gnawing at my sanity, and so I agreed. Armed with an ancient talisman that Matriarch Elena assured me would protect my spirit, I set out into the forest as the sun dipped below the horizon. The darkness enveloped me, a thick, tangible presence that seemed to pulsate with malevolent intent. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the spirit sensed my approach and sought to drive me back. I pressed on, guided by the faint glow of the talisman, until I reached a clearing deep within the forest. It was here, Matriarch Elena had said, that the spirit dwelled, bound to an ancient oak tree that stood twisted and gnarled in the center of the clearing. As I approached the tree, the air grew cold and the whispers rose to a deafening crescendo. I could feel the presence of the spirit, a palpable force of hatred and malice. With trembling hands, I placed the talisman at the base of the tree, offering it as a token of peace. For a moment, there was silence, a pause in the fabric of the night. And then the whispers began anew, but their tone had changed. They were no longer filled with malice, but with a sense of release, as if a great burden had been lifted. The air warmed, and the darkness seemed to recede, replaced by the soft, silvery light of the moon. I returned to the village as the dawn broke, the whispers now a distant memory. The villagers greeted me with smiles of genuine warmth, the shadow that had hung over them lifted by my actions. Matriarch Elena embraced me, her eyes wet with tears of gratitude. The curse had been broken, the spirit appeased. The villagers would no longer live in fear of the whispers that had once filled their nights with terror. As for me, I had found a new sense of purpose, a connection to something greater than myself. I decided to stay in the village, to learn from them, and to help protect the fragile peace we had achieved. The whispers that had once threatened my sanity had led me to a place where I truly belonged, a community bound by ancient traditions and the shared experience of overcoming darkness. And though I knew that the world beyond the forest remained unchanged, I had discovered a strength within myself, a resilience that I would carry with me always. Story 44. The town of Eldridge was nestled on the edge of a dense forest, its outskirts marked by the abandoned ruins of what locals referred to as the Old Mill. It was a place steeped in folklore, the kind of stories that parents told their children to keep them away from the woods at night. I had always been fascinated by such tales, drawn to the mystery and the thrill of the unknown. It was this curiosity that led me to Eldridge, armed with a camera and a notepad, eager to document the stories of the town for my blog. My first few days in Eldridge were uneventful, filled with interviews with the town's elders and excursions into the surrounding countryside. The locals were friendly, albeit a bit reserved, their conversations always circling back to warnings about venturing too far into the forest. They spoke of a presence that lurked within the trees, a remnant of a darker time when the old mill was still in operation. I listened with a skeptic's ear, attributing the tales to superstition and an overactive imagination. It wasn't until my fourth night in Eldridge that I began to understand the true nature of their warnings. I had decided to take a walk through the town, hoping the cool evening air would clear my mind and inspire me to write. The streets were deserted, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle breeze. It was peaceful, almost serene, until I noticed the footsteps. At first I thought it was merely my echo bouncing off the walls of the old buildings. But as I continued to walk, I realized that the footsteps did not match my own. They were uneven, the pace erratic, as if whatever was following me struggled to maintain its balance. A chill ran down my spine, the stories of the townsfolk suddenly taking on a new significance. I quickened my pace, hoping to outrun my unseen follower, but the footsteps kept pace, never falling behind. Panic began to set in, and I made the decision to confront whatever was stalking me. I stopped abruptly and turned, expecting to find a curious animal, or at worst, a prankster from the town. But what I saw was neither. Standing a few yards away was a figure shrouded in darkness, its form barely discernible in the dim light of the street lamps. Its eyes, however, were unmistakably clear, glowing with a hunger that seemed almost palpable. I was frozen in place, my mind racing to make sense of the sight before me. The figure took a step forward, its gait unnatural and disjointed, as if it were not used to walking on two legs. I could see now that it was cloaked in what appeared to be tattered robes, the fabric moving as though alive, swirling around its form like smoke. Its face, if it could be called that, was hidden in shadow, the glowing eyes its only defining feature. I should have been terrified, should have run screaming into the night, but instead, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. There was a familiarity to this creature, a sense that it was not here to harm me but to communicate. Taking a deep breath, I found my voice, though it came out as little more than a whisper. "What are you?" The figure halted its advance, tilting its head as if considering my question. Then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, it spoke. "I am a guardian," it said, the words echoing in my mind rather than reaching my ears. "I protect this place from those who would seek to disturb its balance." My curiosity overcame my fear, and I found myself engaging in a conversation with this entity, this guardian of Eldridge. It told me of the old mill, of a time when the forest was a place of dark rituals and sacrifices, when the barrier between our world and another was thin. The guardian had been summoned to protect the town, to keep the malevolent forces at bay. As the night wore on, the guardian shared stories of the forest, of creatures and spirits that dwelled within its depths. It spoke of the balance of nature, of the importance of respecting the old ways. And as dawn began to break, casting light on the edges of the forest, the guardian faded away, its form dissolving into the morning mist. I returned to my lodging in a daze, my mind reeling from the encounter. I knew that what I had experienced was beyond the realm of normal comprehension, a story that few would believe. But I also knew that it was a story that needed to be told, a testament to the mysteries that lay hidden in the world around us. In the days that followed, I documented everything the Guardian had shared with me, my blog posts taking on a new depth of wonder and awe. I spoke of the importance of respecting the unseen forces of nature, of the wisdom that can be found in the old tales passed down through generations. The townsfolk of Eldridge regarded me with a new sense of respect, their initial reservations giving way to a shared understanding. They had always known of the Guardian, of the role it played in protecting their home, but to have an outsider witness it firsthand seemed to validate their beliefs. As I prepared to leave Eldridge, I knew that my life had been changed forever by my encounter with the Guardian. I had come seeking stories, but I had found so much more: a deeper connection to the natural world and a renewed sense of wonder at the mysteries it held. The footsteps that had followed me that night had led me not to fear, but to enlightenment, a journey into the heart of the unknown that I would never forget. Story 45. The town of Ravenswood was nestled on the edge of nowhere, a place forgotten by time and bypassed by the modern world. It was here, amidst the sprawling wilderness and the encroaching shadows of the ancient forest, that I found myself seeking refuge from a life that had become too much to bear. The old house on the outskirts of town, left to me by an uncle I barely remembered, seemed like the perfect escape, a chance to start anew, far from the chaos and noise of the city. As I drove through the winding streets of Ravenswood, the townsfolk watched with curious eyes, their gazes lingering long after I had passed. There was a weariness to them, a sense of unease that hung in the air like a thick fog. But I paid it little mind, attributing their behavior to the natural suspicion of isolated communities. The house itself was a relic of a bygone era, its Victorian architecture standing in stark contrast to the encroaching wilderness that surrounded it. It had been years since anyone had called it home, and the signs of neglect were evident in the peeling paint and overgrown garden. Yet, despite its dilapidated state, there was a charm to it, a sense of history that resonated with me. I spent the first few days cleaning and exploring, uncovering the remnants of a lifelong past. The house was filled with old furniture and faded photographs, each room a snapshot of a time forgotten. It was during one of these explorations, in a room that seemed to have been an office or study, that I first noticed the scratches. At first glance, they seemed random, the result of some animal trapped in the room, desperately seeking escape. But as I looked closer, I realized that they formed a pattern, one that sent a chill down my spine. There, among the jagged lines and chaotic scribbles, was my name, spelled out with an unsettling precision. I stood there for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How could my name, a name that had no connection to this house or this town, be etched into the walls? And more importantly, what had made those marks? The questions plagued me, consuming my thoughts and leaving me restless. That night, as I lay in bed, the silence of the house was oppressive, every creak and groan a reminder of the mystery that lay just beyond the door. Sleep eluded me, and I found myself listening for any sign of movement, any hint of what might be lurking in the shadows. But it was not until the early hours of the morning, when the darkness was at its deepest, that I heard the sound of something scratching at the walls. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. But it grew louder, more insistent, as if whatever was making the sound was drawing closer. I lay there, paralyzed by fear, as the scratching continued, moving around the room as though searching for something. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying, a heavy, suffocating presence that seemed to fill the room. The next day, I sought answers. The townsfolk, when questioned, were evasive, their responses vague and filled with unease. It was only after persistent questioning that an old man, his eyes clouded with age, spoke of the curse that had befallen the house. He told me of a darkness that had once consumed the town, a malevolent force that had sought refuge in the house on the outskirts. Many had tried to rid the place of its presence, but all had failed, leaving behind only their names, scratched into the walls as a warning to those who came after. The realization that I was not the first to experience this terror, that others had come before me and fallen victim to whatever haunted the house, filled me with a sense of despair. But it also ignited a determination within me, a resolve to confront the darkness and put an end to the curse that lingered. The following nights were a blur of activity, as I searched for a way to banish the malevolent presence. I pored over old books and ancient texts, seeking any knowledge that might aid me in my quest. And as the days turned into weeks, I began to uncover the truth behind the cursed tale of betrayal and revenge that had its roots in the very foundation of the house. Armed with this knowledge, I prepared for a final confrontation, a ritual that would either free the house from its curse or condemn me to the same fate as those who had come before. The air was thick with anticipation as I began, the words of the ancient texts echoing through the empty rooms. As I reached the climax of the ritual, the darkness seemed to converge upon me, a tangible force that threatened to overwhelm me. But I pressed on, driven by the need to end the nightmare that had consumed my life. Story 46. In the heart of a forgotten landscape, where the wilderness had begun to reclaim the land, lay the remnants of a carnival once bursting with life and laughter. Now, it stood silent, a ghost of its former glory, its empty rides and dilapidated attractions a testament to the fleeting nature of joy. It was here, amidst the echoes of the past, that I found myself wandering, drawn by the lure of the unknown and the thrill of exploration. The carnival had been closed for decades, shuttered after a series of mysterious disappearances had left the surrounding communities in fear. The authorities had investigated, but no trace of the missing had ever been found, and over time the story had become just another local legend, whispered about in the dark corners of taverns and around flickering campfires. As I stepped through the rusted gates, the laughter greeted me, a disembodied chorus that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. It was unsettling, a sound that should have been filled with joy but was instead laced with something darker, a malice that sent shivers down my spine. I knew I should turn back, leave the secrets of the carnival buried in the past, but my curiosity was piqued, and I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. The laughter followed me as I explored, its volume waxing and waning with each step I took. The rides, once vibrant with color and motion, now stood still, their structures twisted and corroded by time. The Ferris wheel, its seats swinging gently in the breeze, offered a panoramic view of the decay below, while the carousel, its once majestic horses now faded and cracked, played a haunting melody that seemed to come from nowhere. It was as I neared the Hall of Mirrors that the laughter grew louder, more insistent. The building, a warped structure of glass and metal, loomed before me, its entrance shrouded in shadows. A sense of dread washed over me, a premonition of danger that urged me to flee. But the laughter, now mocking, goaded me on, pulling me towards the darkness. Inside, the mirrors twisted and distorted my reflection, creating a labyrinth of illusion that disoriented and confused. The laughter echoed around me, a cacophony of sound that seemed to bounce off the glass, coming from all directions at once. It was here, in the heart of the maze, that I finally saw a shadow, fleeting and elusive, darting between the reflections. The realization that I was not alone, that something was indeed lurking in the shadows, filled me with terror. But it was a terror tinged with fascination, a desire to confront the source of the laughter and demand answers. I followed the shadow, my heart pounding in my chest, as it led me deeper into the maze, until finally I emerged into a clearing. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. And there, standing before me, was the source of the laughter, a figure cloaked in darkness, its features obscured by the shadows. Its eyes, however, glowed with an unnatural light, fixed upon me with an intensity that felt almost tangible. I stood frozen, unable to move or speak, as the figure stepped forward, the air around it seeming to ripple and distort. It spoke then, its voice a whisper that carried the weight of centuries, telling me of the carnival's dark past. It spoke of a time when the carnival had been a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary from the mundane world. But that had all changed when a pact with a dark entity had been made, a pact that had granted the carnival its allure at a terrible price. The disappearances, the figure explained, were sacrifices, offerings to sustain the entity's power. And now it sought a new victim, someone to ensure the carnival's continued existence. The laughter, it said, was a lure, a way to draw in the unsuspecting and the curious. I realized then that I was meant to be the next offering, chosen by the entity for reasons I could not comprehend. Panic set in, a desperate need to escape, to break free from the grip of the carnival's dark past. But as I turned to flee, I found the way blocked, the mirrors now forming a barrier that seemed insurmountable. It was in that moment of despair that I remembered the talisman I carried, a small amulet that had been in my family for generations. It was said to protect the wearer from harm, a shield against the darker forces of the world. Clutching it in my hand, I felt its power surge through me, a warmth that banished the cold fear that had taken hold. Story 47. In the heart of a city that never sleeps, where the streets buzz with the constant hum of life, there exists a place untouched by the warmth of the sun or the glow of the streetlights. It's an alleyway, forgotten by the masses, a narrow slit between towering buildings that loom overhead like silent sentinels. This alleyway, shrouded in perpetual darkness, is where my story unfolds, a tale of whispered voices and creeping madness. I had always been drawn to the darker corners of the city, compelled by a curiosity that hungered for the secrets hidden within the shadows. My wanderings had taken me to many such places, but none had ever whispered to me, none until now. As I stepped into the alleyway, the cacophony of the city faded into a distant murmur, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to weigh down the air itself. It began as a murmur, a soft whispering that at first I thought was the wind playing tricks on my ears. But as I ventured deeper into the darkness, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They spoke in tongues unknown, a language of fear that needed no translation. The words twisted and warped in the air, forming a chorus of madness that seemed to know my deepest fears. I tried to block them out, to focus on the sound of my own footsteps echoing off the damp cobblestones, but it was futile. The voices penetrated my defenses, worming their way into my thoughts until I could no longer tell where my mind ended and the whispers began. And with the voices came the cold, an icy touch against my skin that seemed to seep into my very bones. Panic set in as I realized I was no longer alone in the alleyway. A presence had joined me, unseen but palpable, its touch as real as the cobblestones beneath my feet. It drew closer with each step I took, its icy caress a constant reminder of its proximity. I quickened my pace, desperate to escape the alleyway and the madness that seemed to close in around me. But the alleyway had changed, its straight path now a twisting labyrinth that defied logic and reason. The buildings on either side seemed to lean closer, their windows dark, empty eyes that watched my frantic attempts to escape. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that seemed to mock my efforts, their words now clear in their intent. They spoke of fears made manifest, of nightmares brought to life in the darkness of the alleyway. I stumbled, my foot catching on an uneven stone, and as I fell, the whispers fell silent, replaced by a single, chilling voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It spoke my name, a whisper that was both a caress and a knife, cutting through the fear to lay bare the soul beneath. "You cannot escape," it whispered, its words a cold breath against my ear. "You belong to the darkness now." Desperation gave way to resolve as I pushed myself to my feet, my fear tempered by a spark of defiance. I would not succumb to the madness, would not let the darkness claim me. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around the lighter I always carried, a small beacon of light in the oppressive darkness. With a flick of my thumb, the lighter sparked to life, its flame a small but fierce resistance against the darkness. The alleyway recoiled from the light, the buildings seeming to straighten, the path clearing before me. The whispers grew frantic, their words a tangled mess of fear and anger, but I pressed on, the lighter held before me like a shield. As I neared the end of the alleyway, the presence drew back, its icy touch fading with the whispers that had driven me to the brink of madness. I emerged into the light of the city, the sounds and sights a stark contrast to the darkness I had left behind. The alleyway lay silent once more, its secrets shrouded in shadow, but I knew I would not forget the voices or the presence that had followed me in the dark. The experience left its mark on me, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the light. But it also taught me that even in the face of overwhelming fear, a single spark can hold back the night. The city may never sleep, its streets forever alight with the glow of life, but in the shadows of forgotten places the darkness waits, whispering. Story 48. In the heart of a forgotten forest, where the light of day seldom touched the soil, there existed a chasm so deep and dark that it was said to be the very mouth of the underworld itself. Legends whispered among the villagers living on the outskirts spoke of a malevolent force residing within, a darkness so pure and consuming that none who ventured too close were ever seen again. It was this darkness that called to me, an inexplicable pull that I found myself unable to resist. Driven by a mixture of dread and curiosity that I could scarcely understand, I found myself standing at the edge of the chasm one fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was swallowed by shadows. The darkness before me seemed to pulsate, a living entity that beckoned with invisible tendrils, drawing me closer to the abyss. I had heard the stories, of course. Tales of brave souls who sought to uncover the secrets of the chasm, only to be consumed by the darkness, their screams echoing in the night as they were pulled into the void. Yet a part of me yearned to discover the truth, to peer into the unknown and confront whatever lay within. As I stood there on the precipice of the unknown, a cold wind began to rise from the depths of the chasm, carrying with it whispers that seemed to coil around my mind, voices that knew my name, my fears, my deepest desires. They spoke in tongues of old, their words twisting and warping until they formed a chorus of madness that threatened to overwhelm me. I tried to turn back, to flee from the edge and the voices that sought to ensnare me, but it was as if my feet were rooted to the ground, held in place by an unseen force. And then I felt it a presence, cold and malevolent, drawing closer with each passing moment, its touch like ice against my skin. Panic set in, a primal fear that coursed through my veins as I realized that I was no longer alone. Something had awakened within the chasm, something ancient and terrible, drawn to the surface by my presence. I could see it now, a shadow within the shadows, a formless entity that seemed to shift and change before my very eyes. I struggled to break free, to escape the icy grip that held me, but it was as if the darkness itself had come alive, its tendrils wrapping around me, pulling me closer to the edge. I could hear the voices louder now, a cacophony of whispers that filled my head, telling me that resistance was futile, that the darkness would claim me as its own. In that moment, on the brink of despair, I remembered the talisman that hung around my neck, a simple piece of silver that had been passed down through my family for generations. It was said to protect the wearer from harm, a shield against the dark forces of the world. Clutching it in my hand, I felt its power surge through me, a warmth that pushed back against the cold. With a cry of defiance, I held the talisman aloft, its light piercing the darkness. The entity recoiled, its form dissipating as the silver glow washed over it. The voices fell silent, the whispers fading into nothingness as the presence retreated back into the depths of the chasm. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, the talisman still clutched tightly in my hand. The darkness had receded, pushed back by the light of the talisman, but I knew that it was only a temporary reprieve. The entity that resided within the chasm was old, older than the forest itself, and it would not be so easily defeated. As I made my way back through the forest, the moon now high in the sky, I could feel the weight of the darkness that lingered at the edge of my vision, a reminder of the battle that had taken place. I knew that I had been fortunate to escape, that the talisman had saved me from a fate worse than death. But the experience had changed me, leaving a mark that could not be seen. I had peered into the abyss, confronted the darkness that lay within, and though I had emerged victorious, a part of me remained trapped in the shadows, forever entwined with the entity that called the chasm home. The villagers spoke of my encounter in hushed tones, a tale of bravery and madness that would be passed down through the generations. But to me it was a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the darkness that lurks just beyond our sight, waiting for the moment to claim us as its own.